Welcome to Moonlit Romance Library. Please follow for more stories. Chapter 1: Blood on the Snow. The military parade square of Arventhor smelled like iron in winter. Alara Voss stood at the edge of the square, one gauntleted hand wrapped around the reins of her black warhorse, the other pressed flat against her own thigh to stop the trembling. The trembling was not fear. It was the aftermath of killing 7 men in the border ambush 3 hours ago, the last of whom had driven a serrated blade across her left wrist before she'd taken his throat with her sword pommel. The wound had been wrapped in a torn strip of her own cloak. The blood had frozen into the fabric. She could feel it cracking every time she moved her fingers. Behind her, Noctis, her warhorse, her oldest companion, the meanest animal in the royal stables, snorted and stamped one massive hoof into the snow. He did this whenever he was bored, annoyed, or plotting to bite someone. At present, she suspected all three. "Easy," she murmured. Noctis flattened his ears and tossed his head sideways, yanking the reins hard enough to jolt her injured wrist. She hissed through her teeth. He had the temperament of a drunken tavern brawler and the intelligence of a war strategist, and he had never once in his life been easy about anything. She'd found him 6 years ago in a burned-out border stable, a half-starved yearling with hooves too big for his legs and fury in every line of his body. The stable master had warned her not to go near him. "He bites," the man had said. "He kicks. He'll kill you if you try to saddle him." Alara had walked in anyway, because she'd recognized something in those wild black eyes. She had been 15. She'd had no wolf form, no noble bloodline, no mother, and a father who drank himself to sleep every night in a guardsman's barracks. She understood what it meant to be angry and have no one to explain it to. She'd sat in the corner of his stall for 3 hours. She hadn't touched him. She'd simply sat there eating an apple, and when she was done, she'd placed the core on the ground and left. The next morning, the core was gone. The morning after that, she brought 2 apples. By the 4th day, he'd come close enough to breathe on her hair. By the 7th, he'd let her touch his nose. He'd bitten her on the 8th day, hard enough to leave a scar on her shoulder, and she'd bitten him back. Not literally, but she'd flicked his ear so hard he'd startled backward into the wall. They had understood each other perfectly ever since. Now Noctis shoved his massive head against her back, pushing her forward half a step. He wanted to leave. He had wanted to leave since they'd arrived. Horses were not stupid creatures, whatever the nobles said, and Noctis in particular possessed an uncanny ability to sense when a situation was about to become terrible. But she could not leave, not yet. Ahead of her, the parade square was arranged in the rigid formations of a royal acknowledgement ceremony. The Council of Elders occupied the raised stone dais at the center, 7 ancient werewolves in silver-trimmed black robes, their faces carved into permanent expressions of disapproval. Flanking them were the noble houses, arranged by rank. Fur-lined cloaks, jeweled circlets, gloved hands clasped over embroidered sashes. To the left, the soldiers of the Crown Guard stood in polished rows, breath steaming in the cold. To the right, the court ladies and lesser nobles clustered together like a flock of brightly plumed birds. And in the center of it all, standing on the frost-covered stone with his back to her, was Aldrich. Crown Prince Aldrich Veyron, her fated mate. Even now, even with blood frozen to her wrist and 7 kills sitting heavy in her bones, the sight of him made something twist beneath her ribs. Not the mate bond, though that was there too, that low golden hum that had lived inside her chest since she was 17 and first felt it snap into place. This was older than the bond. This was memory. This was the boy who had pulled her out of a frozen river when she was 12, who had taught her the sword forms the weapons master wouldn't teach girls, who had sat beside her on a parapet at dawn and said, "You don't need a wolf, Alara. You already fight like one." She had loved him since before she knew what the word meant. Aldrich turned. Even across the width of the parade square, she could see how the cold had sharpened his features. The strong jaw, the dark brow, the mouth that was too severe for softness but had once smiled at her like she was the only warmth in the kingdom. His black hair was pushed back from his face, and his golden eyes, wolf eyes always, found her immediately. Something flickered there, pain maybe, or guilt. Noctis snorted again, louder this time, and Alara felt the reins go taut as he shifted his weight. He never liked Aldrich. Even in the early days when she and Aldrich had been inseparable, the horse had regarded the crown prince with the particular disdain of an animal who could smell dishonesty long before it arrived. "Stand," she told him quietly. He stomped, twice. She ignored him because Lady Cordelia Ashworth was stepping forward. Cordelia was beautiful. That had never been in dispute. She had auburn hair that fell in perfect waves, a waist like a drawn bowstring, skin that had never been within spitting distance of a battlefield, and a laugh that sounded like crystal chimes designed specifically to make other women feel inadequate. She was the daughter of Lord Ashworth, the wealthiest nobleman in Arventhor, and she had been presented to the council as a suitable Luna candidate 6 months ago. Around the same time, the whispers about Alara's lack of wolf form had grown too loud to ignore. Cordelia placed her hand on Aldrich's arm. It was a small gesture, delicate, possessive, perfectly calculated. Alara saw it. The entire square saw it. That was, of course, the point. Aldrich did not remove the hand. And then he spoke. "Lady Cordelia has stood faithfully beside the crown during the recent border conflicts," he said, his voice carrying across the parade ground with the practiced ease of a man raised to address armies. "Her devotion to the council's guidance and the traditions of our bloodline is beyond reproach." Beside Alara, Noctis made a sound that could only be described as derisive. She agreed with him, but she kept her face still. She had spent 10 years in this court. She knew how to hold her expression. She knew how to stand with blood soaking through her glove and not let a single person see her flinch. Elder Hargrave, the eldest and most venomous member of the council, leaned forward on the dais. "And what of the knight, Your Highness?" Aldrich's jaw tightened. She saw it, the microflexion, the way his eyes darted toward her and then deliberately pulled away. "The knight?" "Sir Alara Voss." Hargrave's voice was thin and precise, like a needle threading through silk. "Your personal guard. The soldiers report she single-handedly broke the ambush at the Thornwinter Pass this morning. 7 enemy wolves, was it? While the rest of your escort was pinned down?" Silence in the square. The soldiers shifted. Some of them had been there. Some of them had watched her walk into that ambush with nothing but a sword and a warhorse while they cowered behind overturned carts. "She performed her duty," Aldrich said. "Her duty." Alara's fingers tightened on the reins. "Indeed." Hargrave smiled, and it was the smile of a man who had already arranged the outcome of this conversation. "And what is her duty, precisely?" "I ask because there has been some confusion among the court about the nature of her position." Cordelia lifted her chin. The torchlight caught the sapphires at her throat. "Surely there is no confusion, Elder. Sir Voss is a guard, a sword, a useful tool." She let the word tool hang in the air like a jewel she was admiring. But one does not elevate a hunting dog to the throne simply because it bites well. Laughter. Small, controlled, noble laughter. The kind that was designed to humiliate without providing anything concrete enough to challenge. Alara felt the bond pulse, Aldrich's emotions bleeding through. Shame, guilt, and underneath that, a desperate, furious fear she didn't understand. She waited for him to speak, to correct Cordelia, to say something. His golden eyes met hers across the square, and in them she saw the thing she'd been afraid to name for months. Apology. "Sir Voss is my guard," Aldrich said. His voice was clear and carried to every corner. "She is not my Luna. A woman without a wolf is unworthy of standing beside the throne." The world went very quiet. Or perhaps it went very loud and Alara simply stopped hearing it. The words hit her somewhere beneath the mate bond, beneath the muscle and bone, in the place where she had kept every promise he'd ever made her, every dawn patrol together, every battlefield prayer, every whispered "I will always choose you." A woman without a wolf. Unworthy. The nobles were watching her, the soldiers were watching her. Cordelia was watching her with barely concealed satisfaction, her hand still resting on Aldrich's arm like a flag planted on conquered territory. The council watched with the hungry patience of men who had been waiting for this moment. They wanted her to cry. She knew this with the clarity of a sword edge. They wanted her to kneel, to beg, to ask Aldrich to explain, to provide some spectacle of feminine desperation they could reference for years afterward when they needed an example of why wolfless women should not presume. Noctis pressed his nose against her shoulder. His breath was warm and his nostrils flared, and his ears were flat against his skull in the expression she recognized as his battle face. He wanted to charge. He had always wanted to solve problems by charging at them. In this, at least, they were not alike. Alara reached up and unclasped the silver badge from her armor. It was a simple thing, a wolf rampant over a crown, the mark of the royal personal guard. She had worn it since she was 18. It had been pinned over her heart when she'd killed her first enemy wolf. It had been stained with mud, blood, rain, and once, memorably, horse spit when Noctis had sneezed directly onto her chest during an inspection. She held it up so the torchlight caught it. Then she threw it into the snow at Aldrich's feet. The sound it made was very small. The silence that followed was enormous. "Servas," Aldrich began. "That's the last order I'll follow," she said. Her voice was steady. She would make it steady if it killed her. "And I wasn't a dog, Your Highness. I was the only one willing to stand between you and every blade aimed at your throat. The dog was whoever taught you to call it nothing." She turned. She mounted Noctis in a single fluid motion that sent a lance of pain through her injured wrist, but she'd mounted this horse in worse condition, with a broken rib once, with an arrow shaft still lodged in her thigh once, during a thunderstorm that had driven every other horse in the stable to panic. This was nothing. This was just her heart. Noctis needed no command. He surged forward, and the crowd parted, not for her, but for him, because he was 16 hands of black fury, and he had a documented history of biting anyone who didn't move fast enough. Behind her, she heard Aldrich call her name. She did not turn. They reached the drawbridge before the shouting started. The royal city of Arventhor was built on a high plateau, accessible only through the Great Gate and its ancient drawbridge over the Frostclaw Gorge. The bridge was wide enough for 4 horses abreast, paved in dark stone, and flanked by carved wolf statues that had watched 1,000 years of comings and goings with the same blank expression. Noctis's hooves rang against the stone. Below, the gorge dropped into mist and darkness. Above, the sky was the color of a bruise, violet and black and swollen with snow that had not yet fallen. Alara stopped at the center of the bridge. The mate bond hummed inside her chest. She could feel Aldrich through it, his panic, his guilt, his fury at himself, his desperate certainty that she would come back. She always came back. She had always come back. After every slight, every public humiliation, every whispered insult from courtiers who called her the wolfless shadow, the broken blade, the guard who warmed the prince's bed because she couldn't warm his throne, she had swallowed it and she had come back. Not tonight. She closed her eyes. She reached inside herself, past the pain in her wrist, past the exhaustion in her bones, past 10 years of loving a man who could announce her worthlessness to the entire kingdom and still expect her to return. She found the bond. It was there, golden and warm, woven into the center of her being like a thread spun from sunlight. It connected her to Aldrich, his heartbeat, his breath, his wolf. She had lived with it for so long that she no longer remembered what silence felt like. She wrapped her will around it, and she pulled. The pain was immediate and absolute. It felt like reaching into her own chest and tearing out a rib. No, worse. It felt like reaching into her soul and ripping out the part that had learned to love. The golden thread screamed as it frayed. Noctis shrieked beneath her, rearing, because he could feel it too. The shockwave of a fated bond being forcibly severed, something so unnatural that even the stones of the bridge seemed to shudder. She didn't stop. She pulled until the thread snapped. The silence that followed was the most terrible sound she had ever heard. She swayed in the saddle. The world tilted. The gorge gaped below her like a mouth, and for one dizzying moment she thought she was going to fall, off the horse, off the bridge, into the dark. Noctis caught her. Not literally, because horses didn't catch people, but he did what he always did when she was about to break. He planted his hooves, lowered his massive body, and shifted his weight so that she fell forward against his neck, instead of sideways into nothing. His mane was coarse and warm against her face. He stood absolutely still, his breath steaming in the cold, and he waited. She pressed her forehead against his neck and did not cry. After a long moment, she straightened. Her chest felt hollowed out, as if someone had scooped out everything soft and left only bone and determination. "Okay," she whispered. Noctis flicked one ear. Forward. He walked, steady, sure, carrying her off the bridge and onto the mountain road beyond the gate, into the snow and the dark and the vast, empty world that no longer had a golden thread connecting it to a man who had called her unworthy. Behind her, inside the city, she thought she heard a wolf howl. Aldrich's wolf, recognizing the severance, screaming into the night. She did not look back. Chapter 2. The Night Between. The stable widow's name was Marin. She had been waiting at the last way station before the mountain road, a stone shelter built into the cliff face, half hidden by snow, used by border patrols and occasionally by women leaving the royal city in circumstances that did not permit the main gate. Marin was 47, sturdy as an oak barrel, with iron-gray hair braided tight against her skull and hands that had seen more horse ailments than any noble healer had seen human ones. She had run the lower stables of Arventhor for 20 years, and in all that time she had been invisible. Nobles did not notice the woman who fed their horses. They noticed only when the horse was lame, and then they blamed her. Alara had noticed her. At 14, new to the guard barracks and friendless, Alara had spent more time in the lower stables than in the training yard because the horses didn't care that she had no wolf. Marin had found her there one night, a skinny blonde girl asleep in a hay pile with a wild yearling standing guard over her, and had simply draped a blanket over her and said nothing. In the years since, their friendship had been conducted almost entirely through the horse. Marin treated Noctis's hooves, trimmed his mane, checked his teeth, adjusted his saddle, mixed his feed, and reported his moods to Alara with the clinical precision of a field medic. She was the only person besides Alara that Noctis tolerated, and even that tolerance had limits. He'd bitten through 2 of her leather aprons, and once deliberately stood on her foot during a shoeing. Now Marin stood at the way station door with a lantern in one hand and a feed bag in the other, and she looked at Alara with the expression of a woman who had already heard the news and had been packed for 3 hours. "I changed his shoes this afternoon," Marin said, handing Alara the feed bag. "New iron, good grip for mountain snow. There's a poultice in the left saddlebag for that wrist. Don't argue, I can see the blood from here. And I packed dried meat, grain, 2 water skins, and the herb mix he likes. The one with the fennel." Alara stared at her. "How did you—" "I know that horse." Marin jerked her chin toward Noctis, who was already nosing the feed bag with the aggressive enthusiasm of an animal who believed every meal might be his last. "He's been agitated for 3 days, stamping, refusing the stable, snapping at the grooms. He knew before you did." Noctis lifted his head from the feed bag long enough to snort in what sounded like confirmation. Alara dismounted. The pain in her chest, the hollow, torn-open cavity where the bond had been, flared so intensely that she grabbed the saddle to stay upright. Marin reached for her arm, steadied her, said nothing about the way Alara's face had gone white. "I don't know where you're going tonight," Marin said. Her voice was quiet, practical, the voice of a woman who had lived her entire life in a world that undervalued practical women and had stopped expecting it to change. "But he knows." She nodded toward Noctis. "He's been impatient to take you away." Alara's throat closed. She wanted to say something. "Thank you," or "goodbye," or "I'm sorry I never spoke up when the stable master shorted your wages," or "you deserved better than this invisible life." But Marin was already adjusting Noctis's girth strap, checking the saddlebag buckles, running her hands along his legs the way she'd done 1,000 times. "The border road is passable as far as the Grey Mark," Marin said. "After that, you'll be in disputed territory. The enemy factions patrol the passes after dark, but they don't usually bother lone riders. Too much trouble for too little gain. She paused. Unless the rider is someone important. I'm not important. Marin looked at her with eyes that held 20 years of watching a wolfless girl become the strongest knight in the kingdom. You're important to him, she said, and touched Noctis's nose. That's enough for me. Noctis bumped Marin's hand with his massive head, and then, in a display of affection so rare that Alara almost lost her composure, he lowered his nose and breathed gently on the older woman's hair. Go, Marin said. And when you get where you're going, check his left foreleg. He's been favoring it, but he won't show you until it suits him. Stubborn creature. Alara mounted. The pain pulsed. Noctis moved beneath her, steady as stone. She rode into the snowfield. She made it 4 miles before the first backlash hit. The broken bond didn't heal cleanly. She had known it wouldn't. The old text said that severing a fated bond was like amputating a limb, except the limb was made of emotion, and the phantom pain lasted forever. What the old texts hadn't mentioned was the sound. A wolf howling inside her skull, not her wolf, because she didn't have one, but the echo of Aldrich's wolf, trapped in the remnant of the bond like a voice caught in an empty room. The pain doubled her over. Noctis stopped immediately, his ears swiveling back, and when she slumped against his neck, he turned his head and nudged her knee with his nose. Hard, repeatedly, as if to say, you are not allowed to fall off. I did not carry you this far for you to fall off in a snowfield like a sack of turnips. I'm fine, she lied. He stomped his hoof. I'm mostly fine. He stomped again, harder. Shut up. He didn't shut up. He stood in the middle of the snowfield and made increasingly offended noises until she straightened in the saddle and took the reins. Then, and only then, did he continue walking, at a pace that suggested he was doing her a tremendous personal favor. The snowfield was vast and empty under the moon. The border mountains rose to the west, dark and jagged, and the wind came down from the peaks carrying the scent of pine and stone and distance. Alara had patrolled this territory 100 times. She knew every ridge, every frozen stream, every abandoned watchtower. She had never ridden it alone at night, in pain, with no badge and no bond and no name except the one she'd been born with. It was, she thought grimly, a terrible night to be free. Chapter 3: Wolves in the Snow. They came from the north. She heard them before she saw them. The crunch of paws in snow, the low, coordinated breathing of wolves running in formation. Not feral wolves, werewolves. Shifted, moving fast, cutting across the snowfield in a flanking arc designed to close a trap. Alara's hand found her sword hilt. The motion sent a bolt of agony through her torn wrist, but she gripped anyway because the alternative was dying, and she had not ripped her own soul in half just to bleed out in a snowfield. Noctis felt her shift. His ears went flat. His stride lengthened. He knew this, the prelude to violence, and unlike most horses, he did not shy from it. He leaned into it. There were 6, no, 8, dark-furred, fast, moving in pairs. They weren't border wolves. Their formation was too disciplined, their coordination too precise. These were hunters, and they were hunting her. The first one broke from the pack and lunged. Alara drew her sword and cut. The motion was instinct. 10 years of training, 1,000 sparring sessions, 100 real fights. The blade caught moonlight as it arced, and the wolf yelped as the flat of the sword cracked across its skull. She didn't use the edge. She didn't need to kill. She needed to break the formation. Noctis screamed, a high, furious sound that no well-bred warhorse should make, and kicked backward with both hind legs. The wolf behind them tumbled, rolled, scrambled up dazed. 2 more came from the left. Alara wheeled Noctis, and he responded like the warhorse he was, pivoting on his haunches, surging forward, driving his armored chest into the nearest wolf and sending it sprawling. She swung the sword again, flat side, and felt the impact jar up her arm. But there were too many, and her wrist was failing. The torn ligaments protested every swing, and the backlash pain in her chest was still there, still throbbing, making her reactions a half-second slow. A wolf snapped at Noctis's leg. She kicked it away. Another lunged for her saddle. She smashed the pommel into its nose. The pack was regrouping. She could see it, the shift in their pattern, the way the remaining wolves were spreading out to encircle rather than attack head-on. They were adapting to her fighting style. That meant they'd been briefed. That meant someone had sent them. She was going to get off this horse and fight on foot, because from the ground she could protect Noctis's legs. She would not let them hurt him. She could take a wound. She could take 10 wounds. He could not. She swung down. Noctis tried to follow, and she shoved his head away. "Go! Run!" He didn't. He never did. He simply planted himself behind her like a black wall and bared his teeth at the circling wolves with an expression that said, "Come closer. I dare you. I have been wanting to bite something all day." Alara raised her sword with both hands. The wrist screamed. She ignored it. She set her feet in the snow and waited. The wolves charged. And then, light. Not torchlight, not moonlight. Something brighter and hotter, a blue-white flare that split the darkness like a blade. It came from the ridge above the snowfield, accompanied by the sound of hooves, fast, controlled, descending, and a voice that carried across the snow with a calm, almost conversational authority. "That's enough." A rider appeared on the ridge. He was silhouetted against the moonlit sky, and for a moment all Alara could see was the outline. Broad shoulders, a dark cloak, a horse that was almost as large as Noctis. Then he descended, and the moonlight found his face, and Alara's breath caught in a way that had nothing to do with pain. He was beautiful. Not beautiful the way Aldrich was beautiful, sharp and golden and bright. This was a different kind of beauty. Dark, cool, dangerous. The way a winter storm was beautiful when you watched it from a cliff's edge. Black hair pushed back from a face carved in clean, sharp lines. Eyes the color of pale frost, blue-gray, almost silver, set beneath dark brows. A jawline like a blade. A mouth that looked like it had been designed specifically to deliver devastating statements with no warning. He rode a pale gray warhorse, and he moved with the absolute ease of a man who had been born on horseback and had never once in his life been thrown. Behind him, on the ridge, she could see more riders, an escort held back. The wolves stopped. They didn't flee, they simply stopped mid-charge, as if a leash had been pulled taut. Their heads lowered, their tails dropped. One of them whined. The stranger rode down into the snowfield. His pale horse picked its way through the snow with fastidious precision, and the rider's eyes swept the scene. The circling wolves, the blood in the snow, the woman standing alone with a shaking sword, the black warhorse behind her with murder in his eyes. His gaze settled on Alara. He studied her for a moment. The bloody armor, the torn wrist, the defiant stance, the absence of any wolf aura whatsoever. And something shifted in his expression. Not pity. Pity she could have identified and rejected. This was something closer to interest. "They're mine," he said, nodding toward the wolves. "Border Patrol. They were supposed to be tracking a supply convoy." He paused. "Not chasing injured women through snowfields." One of the wolves shifted, bones cracking, fur receding, into a man. He was young, scarred, sheepish. "My lord, she came out of the royal city. We thought—" "I know what you thought. You were wrong." The stranger's voice didn't rise. It didn't need to. "Fall back, all of you." They fell back. Every wolf, immediately. No hesitation, no argument. This was not the obedience of fear. It was the obedience of absolute authority, the kind that was so certain of itself it never needed to shout. The stranger dismounted. He was tall, taller than Aldrich, with the build of a man who fought regularly and well. He moved toward Alara, and she raised her sword. "Stay back." He stopped. He looked at the sword, then at her wrist, then at the blood soaking through her glove. "Your grip is failing on the right side," he said. "Your wrist is either fractured or badly torn. You've been riding for at least 4 hours in this cold, which means the tissue is swelling inside the wrap, and if you swing that sword one more time, you're going to lose the use of your hand for a month." He paused. "I have a field medic with my escort and horse feed." The mention of horse feed almost undid her. Not for herself, she could have borne any amount of suffering, but Noctis had been carrying her for hours, had fought beside her, had not been fed since Marin's way station. Behind her, Noctis's ears pricked at the word feed. "You're from the border faction," she said. Her voice was flat, assessing. "The Kelrith Wolves." "I'm the Lord of the Kelrith Wolves," he said. "Ronan Kelrith." He inclined his head, not a bow, an acknowledgement. "And you are the woman who just fought off 8 of my best hunters with a broken wrist and a horse that appears to be personally offended by the existence of wolves." Noctis snorted. It was his most judgmental snort. Ronan's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. Something better, the suppression of one. "You may leave, or you may stay. Just do not faint in front of my horse." He jerked his chin toward the pale gray warhorse, which was watching the proceedings with an expression of aristocratic boredom. "My horse is very fond of reporting incidents." Alara looked at him. The pain in her chest was a constant roar, and her wrist was on fire, and she was alone on an enemy snowfield talking to a man who should, by all logic, be her adversary. But his eyes were steady, and his voice held no mockery, and he had stopped his wolves without violence. "Do not worry," she said. "I only faint in front of my own horse. It has better manners." This time, Ronan's mouth definitely twitched. Behind her, Noctis did something extraordinary. He lifted his head, looked directly at Ronan, and then turned his body so that he was standing between them, a black wall of horse blocking Ronan's path to Alara entirely. "Your horse," Ronan observed, "does not like me." "My horse doesn't like anyone. A quality I respect." He stepped to the side. Noctis stepped to block him. He stepped the other way. Noctis mirrored him. This continued for 3 full repetitions, with increasing absurdity, until Noctis leaned forward and clamped his teeth onto the edge of Ronan's cloak. Ronan looked down at the horse holding his cloak hostage. He looked up at Alara. His expression was one of absolute, perfect composure, marred only slightly by the fact that an angry warhorse was slowly eating his clothing. "Is this a negotiation?" he asked. "He thinks so." "What are his terms?" Despite everything, despite the pain, the cold, the ruins of her life, Alara felt the corner of her mouth lift. He wants the feed first, and he doesn't share. Ronan reached slowly into his saddlebag, produced a handful of grain, and held it out. Noctis eyed him, eyed the grain, and released the cloak with a contemptuous flip of his head. He took the grain. He chewed it with the air of a king accepting tribute. "There," Ronan said. "Your bodyguard is appeased. May I approach now, or does the horse require further concessions?" Alara sheathed her sword. The motion made black spots dance across her vision, and she reached for Noctis's saddle to steady herself. Ronan's hand caught her elbow. Not her waist, not her shoulders, her elbow, the most neutral point of contact possible. His fingers were warm through the armor, and his grip was firm without being forceful. "The medic," he said. "Now." She wanted to refuse. She was Alara Voss, the strongest knight in Arventhor, and she did not accept help from enemy lords in snowfields. But Noctis nudged her back, hard, and the world was graying at the edges, and the hollow place where the bond had been was screaming. "Fine," she said. "But if any of your wolves touch my horse, I'll kill them with my left hand." "I believe you," Ronan said, and for the first time she heard something in his voice that sounded genuine. Chapter 4. The Enemy's Hearth. The Kelrith border camp was not what she expected. She had expected a war camp, crude, temporary, designed for aggression. What she found was a mountain stronghold carved into the living rock of the Grey March Pass, with high walls, warm fires, a well-stocked stable, and the general atmosphere of a community that had been here for generations and intended to remain. Ronan's people watched her with curiosity but not hostility. They were border wolves, harder than the court wolves of Arventhor, weathered by wind and war, but there was none of the cruelty she'd been told to expect. The soldiers nodded at their lord. The camp workers moved with purpose. Children, actual children, darted between the buildings, chasing each other through the snow. Alara had been told her entire life that the Kael'rith faction was savage, lawless, dangerous. She was beginning to suspect that whoever had told her that had never actually visited. Noctis was installed in the stable with the ceremony usually reserved for visiting royalty, primarily because he threatened every groom who approached him until Ilara personally introduced them. Even then, he bit one on the sleeve. Ilara pretended not to notice. Noctis pretended he hadn't done it. The groom pretended his sleeve had always been torn. It was a functional arrangement. The medic, a brisk, efficient woman named Helwyn, examined Alara's wrist with the impersonal competence of someone who had treated 100 such injuries and was bored by this one. Torn ligament, deep bruise on the bone, not fractured, which means you're either very lucky or very hard to break. Helwyn wound a clean bandage with hands that could have performed surgery in a thunderstorm. 3 weeks minimum before you swing a sword. 4 would be better. I'll need it in 2. Then you'll lose the wrist. I'll need it in 2, Alara repeated. Helwyn gave her a look that conveyed in a single glance an entire medical textbook's worth of disapproval. Then she packed the wrist with a poultice that smelled like winter herbs and fire, wrapped it tight, and said, 2 weeks, but if it snaps, don't come crying to me. Alara didn't intend to come crying to anyone. She hadn't cried in 6 years. Ronan appeared after the medic left. He'd removed his riding cloak and wore a dark wool tunic beneath, and in the firelight of the stone chamber, the sharp planes of his face were thrown into relief. He set a tray on the table: bread, dried meat, hot broth, water. When did you last eat? She tried to remember. The morning? No, yesterday morning. She'd been in the saddle since before dawn for the border run that had ended in the ambush, and after the ambush there had been the parade, and after the parade there had been the bridge. Recently, she lied. He studied her. Those frost-pale eyes missed nothing. You're a terrible liar. I suspect that's unusual for someone who survived 10 years in the Arventhor court. I didn't survive by lying. I survived by being useful. And now? She looked at the fire. The hollow in her chest pulsed. Now I'm not useful to anyone. That, Ronan said, pulling a chair to the table and sitting across from her with the easy grace of a man who owned the room and everyone in it, is the most absurd thing I've heard today, and I spent this morning listening to my scout explain how he lost an entire supply convoy to a badger. She looked at him. A badger. A very determined badger. He pushed the tray toward her. Eat. You're no good to anyone dead, and I have questions. She ate. The broth was hot and good, and the bread was better than anything the royal kitchens had produced in months. And the simple act of eating, of being warm, of being fed, of sitting in a place where no one was calling her worthless, was so overwhelming that she had to stop twice and breathe. Ronan watched her. He said nothing. This, she was learning, was one of his qualities. He knew when silence was more useful than speech. When she'd finished, he asked, "Who sent the hunters after you?" "What hunters?" "The wolves in the snowfield. They weren't mine, not the patrol I'd assigned. Someone else deployed them. Someone who knew you'd be on that road tonight." His eyes were sharp. The Arventhor court isn't known for releasing its assets voluntarily, so who wanted you found? She considered lying. She considered telling him nothing. But the exhaustion was bone deep, and the truth was simple, and she was so tired of navigating the maze of court deception. "The Council of Elders," she said. "They've been watching me for months. They think my bloodline is abnormal." "Abnormal how?" "I don't have a wolf form." "I noticed." "But they think," she stopped. She didn't actually know what they thought. She only knew that the scrutiny had intensified, that Aldrich had become increasingly desperate to distance himself from her publicly, and that the council's questions had grown pointed enough to draw blood. Ronan leaned back. The firelight played across his features, and she was struck again by how composed he was. Not cold, not emotionless, but contained, as if every reaction was filtered through a layer of deliberate thought. "The Council of Arventhor has a long history of executing things they don't understand," he said. "My grandfather was one of those things." He said it without anger, flat, factual, the way you'd state a historical date. They called him a heretic. They burned his records. They said the Kelrith bloodline was tainted. This is why we're on the border instead of in the court. We weren't exiled for being weak. We were exiled for being inconvenient. Alara looked at him. There was more to this story. She could see it in the careful way he held himself, the measured cadence of his words. But he didn't push, and she recognized a man who would share his history in his own time. "I should leave in the morning," she said. "I'm not safe to be around. If the council tracks me here, then the council will find that crossing the Grey March in winter is considerably more difficult than writing decrees from a warm throne room." He stood. "You can leave in the morning, or you can rest. The room is yours. The stable is Noctis's. And the medic will kill me if you don't sleep at least 6 hours. And she is the only person in this camp I'm genuinely afraid of." He moved toward the door. Something made her speak. "Why are you helping me?" Ronan paused. He didn't turn immediately. When he did, his expression was unreadable. "Because I came to investigate strange movements from the royal city's army," he said. "And instead I found a woman who was wounded, bond broken, hunted, and still able to leave 8 of my best wolves limping back to camp." He paused. "I'm a strategist, Sir Voss. I don't waste interesting variables." He left. Alara sat by the fire and pressed her hand to the hollow in her chest and wondered when exactly she had stopped being a person and become a variable. It was, she thought, an improvement. Chapter 5. Phantom Pains. She woke before dawn with claws in her chest. Not real claws, the phantom sensation of the broken bond raking across her sternum as if trying to dig its way back to the heart she'd torn it from. The pain was so intense that she rolled off the cot and hit the stone floor, gasping, her back arched, her fingers scrabbling against cold rock. The echo of Aldrich's wolf howled in her ears. Not words. Wolves didn't speak in words, but emotion, raw and ragged. Loss, confusion, the desperate searching of an animal that had been severed from its other half and couldn't understand why. She pressed her forehead to the floor, breathed, counted, waited. It passed. It always passed. But each morning it was a little worse, a little longer, a little louder, and each morning she had to spend a few more seconds reminding herself that she had chosen this, that the alternative, staying, submitting, letting the bond remain as a leash in the hands of a man who called her unworthy, was worse than any phantom pain. She dressed, checked her wrist, swollen, stiff, but mobile, went to the stable. Noctis was awake. He was always awake before her, standing in his stall with the alert posture of a horse who believed that sleep was for the weak and that vigilance was the only reasonable response to existence. When she entered, he tossed his head and made a low, rumbling sound that she had learned over the years was his version of concern. She checked his hooves first. Then his legs, the left foreleg as Marin had warned, showed a slight heat at the fetlock. She wrapped it with practiced hands, murmuring to him as she worked. Then his mane, which was tangled because he fought every groom who tried to brush it. Then his saddle straps. Then his feed. It was the ritual. It had always been the ritual. Take care of the horse first, because the horse would never lie to you about whether it needed help. Marin says hello, she told him, even though Marin hadn't technically said that. She says you're stubborn. Noctis lowered his head and pressed his nose against her hair. His breath was warm and smelled like grain. He stayed there for a long moment, breathing, and she stood very still and let him, because this was the closest either of them came to saying, "I'm worried about you." She found Ronan in the camp's upper ward, standing at a stone parapet overlooking the Grey March Pass. The dawn was coming up gray and silver behind the mountains, and the wind carried the scent of snow. "You're up early," he said, without turning. "The bond wakes me." He did turn then. His eyes, those impossible silver blue eyes, dropped to her chest, not in the way of a man looking at a woman's body, but in the way of a healer locating a wound. The backlash, he said, from the severance. You know about it. I know that severing a fated mate bond is supposed to be impossible. I know that the old texts describe it as tearing the soul in half. I know that the last person recorded to have done it died within a year. He paused. I also know that the old texts were written by the Council of Elders, and the Council has a documented habit of exaggerating threats to discourage people from making choices the Council doesn't approve of. She leaned against the parapet. The stone was ice cold through her shirt. You sound like you've studied this. I've studied everything the Council has tried to hide. It's a hobby. His mouth quirked. A dangerous hobby, which is the best kind. She was quiet for a moment. Below the parapet, the camp was stirring. Smoke from the kitchens, voices, the sound of horses being led to water. Normal sounds, life sounds. She had spent so long in the polished silence of the Arventhor court that she had forgotten what a real, living settlement sounded like. I need to keep moving, she said. If I stay, I put your people at risk. My people have been at risk since before you were born. The Council considers our existence an insult. He turned to face her fully. Where would you go? She didn't answer because she didn't know. For 10 years, her identity had been defined by her role. Sir Alara Voss, Royal Personal Guard, the Crown Prince's blade, the wolfless knight who fought harder than any shifted wolf. Without that role, without the badge, without the bond, she was just a woman with a sword and a bad-tempered horse. The thought should have been terrifying. Instead, it felt like standing in an open field after years in a stone cell. The space was overwhelming, but it was space. I'll figure it out, she said. I don't doubt it. He looked at her with an expression she couldn't entirely read, something between respect and something warmer. But consider this, you're injured, hunted, and alone. I have walls, a medic, and a stable full of feed. You could stay until you're healed, at minimum. Consider it a strategic alliance. An alliance with an enemy lord. An enemy lord who is currently the only person between here and the royal city who hasn't tried to kill you. He paused. The bar is low. I'm aware. She almost laughed. She didn't. The hollow in her chest made laughing feel like pulling stitches, but the impulse was there, and it surprised her. 1 week, she said. Then I go. 1 week, he agreed. She pushed off the parapet and walked toward the stairs. Behind her, Ronan said, Sir Voss. She stopped. In the snowfield, the way you fought, with a broken wrist and no wolf against 8 shifted wolves. His voice was quiet. I've commanded warriors my entire life. I've never seen anything like it. She didn't know what to say to that. She wasn't used to compliments that sounded like they meant something. She went to check Noctis's foreleg again. Chapter 6. The Testing. 3 days passed. Alara trained. She trained because it was the only language she had for processing what had happened to her. Sword forms with her left hand while the right wrist healed. Footwork in the snow. Endurance drills that left her gasping and shaking and momentarily free of the phantom pain. Ronan's soldiers watched her. At first, they watched with the careful hostility of wolves assessing a stranger. By the second day, the hostility had shifted to curiosity. By the third, 2 of them asked to spar. She put them both on the ground in under 40 seconds, left-handed. After that, a young wolf named Brennan, 22, broad-shouldered, freckled, with the eager energy of a puppy who hadn't yet learned to stop chasing his own tail, attached himself to her training sessions like a burr on a saddle blanket. You fight different, Brennan said, sprawled in the snow after she'd swept his legs for the 4th time that morning. Wolves fight with strength. You fight like water. You go around everything. I fight like someone who can't shift, she said. If I fought like a wolf, I'd lose every time, so I don't fight like a wolf. Brennan sat up, brushing snow from his red hair. That's brilliant. That's survival. Same thing, isn't it? He grinned at her, and it was the grin of a young man who was uncomplicated in a world that rewarded complication. Straightforward, warm, slightly stupid. She liked him immediately. "You're too nice for a border wolf," she told him. "My mother says the same thing. She says I'm a disgrace to the Kilrith reputation, and I should practice scowling more." He demonstrated a scowl. It looked like a constipated squirrel. Alara kept her face neutral. "Needs work." "Lord Ronan scowls naturally. It's very unfair. Some people just have the face for it." From across the training yard, Ronan's voice carried. "I heard that, Brennan." "I meant it as a compliment, my lord." "It wasn't." Brennan winked at Alara. "He likes you, by the way. I can tell because he hasn't threatened to reassign me to the South Watchtower yet, and he usually does that within the first hour of someone new arriving. He doesn't like me. He's being strategic." "That's what he said the last time someone asked him why he kept your horse in the best stall." Brennan paused. "Your horse bit me, by the way." Brennan flopped back into the snow with a hand over his heart. "If I were less afraid of Lord Ronan, I would propose immediately." Across the yard, Ronan did not look up from tightening a saddle strap. An excellent survival instinct, Brennan. Alara looked from one man to the other. "Was that jealousy?" "No," Ronan said. "Border security. He bites everyone." "He didn't bite Lord Ronan." That was true, and it bothered her. Noctis had, after the initial cloak incident, developed a grudging tolerance for Ronan that he extended to no one else in the camp. He still snorted when Ronan passed his stall. He still tossed his head, but he didn't bite. He didn't kick. Once, she had caught him accepting a carrot from Ronan's hand with an air of tremendous condescension, as if the carrot were barely adequate, but he was willing to overlook its deficiencies. "Horses know things," Brennan said sagely. "My grandmother always said that if a horse trusts a man, the man's worth trusting." "Your grandmother never met my horse." On the fourth night, the backlash hit differently. She was walking the camp perimeter. She did this every night, because the habits of a guard didn't die just because the badge had been thrown in the snow, when the pain in her chest erupted without warning. Not the usual dawn ache, but a searing, blinding agony that dropped her to her knees. The Bond remnant was screaming. Aldrich was doing something, reaching through the broken connection, trying to find her, sending his wolf spirit howling into the void between them. She could feel it. His desperation, his fury, his guilt. Not words, but emotions so raw they were almost tangible. He was looking for her. He was using every scrap of the destroyed bond to try to sense where she was. She pressed her hands flat against the frozen ground and breathed through her teeth. The pain was a wolf's jaw clamped around her ribs, tightening with every heartbeat. A hand on her shoulder, warm, steady. "Breathe." Ronan's voice. She hadn't heard him approach. He was kneeling beside her in the snow, his hand a firm pressure on her shoulder, his face close enough that she could see the concern he was trying to mask with composure. "Don't," she started. "I know. Don't touch you. Don't pity you. Don't make it about me." His voice was low and even, the voice of someone who had talked people through pain before. "I'm not doing any of those things. I'm keeping you from falling face first into a snowbank. There's a difference." She laughed. It came out as a gasp, broken and sharp, but it was a laugh, and it cut through the pain just enough to let her breathe. And then something happened that neither of them expected. The pain eased. Not gradually. Suddenly, like a hand had been placed over the wound, the screaming in her chest dimmed, the phantom claws retracted. She could breathe, she could see, she could feel the cold snow under her knees and the weight of Ronan's hand on her shoulder. And beneath that, something else, a vibration, a resonance, as if some frequency inside her was responding to some frequency inside him. Ronan felt it too. She could tell by the way his hand tightened on her shoulder, by the slight hitch in his breathing, by the way his eyes widened a fraction. "What is that?" she whispered. "I don't know." His voice was very careful. "But my wolf just went completely calm, and my wolf is never calm." They looked at each other. The moonlight was cold and blue, and the snow was falling in light, spinning flakes, and his face was very close to hers, and the resonance between them was like a note being held on a string, not painful, not forced, just there. "This doesn't mean anything," she said, pulling back. "Of course not." He stood and offered her his hand. She took it, because the alternative was struggling to her feet alone in the snow and possibly falling over, and she had already performed enough dramatic collapses for 1 week. His grip was warm and firm and lingered exactly 1 second longer than necessary. "For the record," he said as she regained her footing, "my wolf has never done that before. Not for anyone. Maybe your wolf has low standards. My wolf has notoriously high standards. It's insufferable." She pulled her hand from his. The resonance faded, but not entirely. A ghost of it remained, humming in her bones like the memory of warmth. "Good night, Lord Kelrith." "Good night, Sir Voss," he paused. "And Ronan. Just Ronan. Lord Kelrith sounds like my father, and my father was not a pleasant man." "Good night, Ronan." He watched her go. She could feel it, his gaze on her back, steady and warm and impossible to ignore. Chapter 7. The X Arrives. Aldrich came on the 6th day. He came with an escort of 20 Crown Guard wolves, riding the great white warhorse that had been his since his investiture, wearing the black and gold of the royal house and carrying enough authority to make the mountains themselves feel inadequate. He also came, Ilara noticed from the upper parapet where she was training, looking like he hadn't slept in a week. The golden sharpness of his features had gone gaunt, his eyes were shadowed. His jaw was clenched so tight the muscles stood out like ropes. Good, she thought, and then hated herself for thinking it, and then decided she was allowed to think it. Ronan met Aldrich at the gate. The two men faced each other across 6 feet of snow, and the temperature of the camp dropped by several degrees. Not literally, but the effect was convincing. 2 alpha wolves, 2 lords, 2 very handsome men who immediately and instinctively disliked each other. Crown Prince Aldrich. Ronan's voice was the ice-smooth courtesy of a man who could kill you while discussing the weather. "What brings you to the Greymark? I wasn't aware the Crown took an interest in our humble border." Aldrich's golden eyes swept the camp, found Ilara on the parapet, locked onto her with an intensity that made the bond remnant throb. "You have something of mine," Aldrich said. The temperature dropped further. Beside Ilara on the parapet, Brennan muttered, "Oh, this is going to be good." Ronan didn't move, didn't blink. "I don't have anything of yours, Your Highness. I have a guest who arrived of her own free will, injured and hunted, and who is welcome to leave whenever she chooses." He paused. "Would you like to specify what you believe you've lost? I keep thorough records." Aldrich dismounted. His wolf was close to the surface. She could see it in the amber flare of his eyes, the way his movements had gone too smooth, too controlled. He walked toward the gate. Ronan did not step aside. "Lord Kelrith." Aldrich's voice was quiet, and that was worse than shouting. Ilara had heard him quiet before. Quiet meant the wolf was in charge. "I am not here to negotiate. I am here for my—" "Your what?" Ronan's voice was silk over steel. "Your guard?" She threw her badge in the snow. "Your mate? From what I understand, you declared her unworthy in front of your entire court. Your property?" One dark eyebrow rose. "I wasn't aware the Crown had started claiming people as possessions. That's an unfortunate regression." Behind Ronan, 2 Kelrith soldiers shifted their weight. Not aggressively, just a reminder that the Lord of the Greymarch had backup. Aldrich's jaw worked. "I need to speak with her, alone. Then ask her." Both men looked up at the parapet. Ilara looked down at them, 2 alpha wolves bristling at each other in the snow like overgrown tomcats arguing over territory, and felt the absurd impulse to dump a bucket of water on both of them. Instead, she descended the stairs, walked through the courtyard, and stopped 10 feet from Aldrich. He looked at her. The bond remnant surged, not his emotions anymore because the bond was broken, but the echo of them, the phantom memory of how he used to look at her when they were alone. As if she were the only real thing in a world made of politics and duty. "Ilara." His voice cracked on her name. Your Highness. The formality hit him like a slap. She saw it, the flinch, the way his hands curled at his sides. Don't call me that. Why not? It's your title. You made very clear what titles I'm allowed to use and which ones I'm not. Silence. Behind Aldrich, his soldiers shifted uncomfortably. Behind Alara, Ronan stood perfectly still, watching with the expression of a man who was cataloging everything for future reference. The council has decided to judge you publicly, Aldrich said, and his voice was low and urgent. They've declared your bloodline suspicious. They're calling you a heretic. If they find you, then they'll find me. That's no longer your concern. It is my concern. You are my... What? She took a step closer. The pain in her chest was searing, but she held his gaze with the same steady focus she used on a battlefield. Your guard? Your mate? Your convenient excuse? Pick one, Aldrich. Pick one and say it to my face, the way you said the other thing to my face 6 days ago. He flinched again. You don't understand. I said those things because the council was going to imprison you. They discovered your bloodline is abnormal. They suspect you're the heir to the ancient Moon Wolf line, and they threatened to lock you in the Moon Tower for verification. I thought if I publicly denied you, they'd believe you were unimportant. I was trying to protect. You were trying to protect me, she said. Her voice was even, controlled, the way a blade was controlled before the cut. By humiliating me in front of every person I'd bled for. By letting Cordelia call me a hunting dog. By standing there in your crown and your gold and telling the world I was nothing. I didn't say you were nothing. You said I was unworthy. In front of the council, in front of the guard I served for 10 years, in front of soldiers who followed me into battle. She paused. You could have told me. You could have warned me. You could have pulled me aside and said, the council is after you, and I need to pretend, and I need you to play along. You could have given me the choice, but you didn't, because you never once considered that I might have an opinion about my own protection. Aldrich opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. Ronan did not step in front of her. He only removed one black glove with unhurried precision. I am not interrupting, he said. I am simply preparing for the possibility that His Highness forgets how distance works. For the first time since arriving at the gate, Aldrich looked at him as if the Border Lord had become a blade pointed directly at his throat. Come back with me, he said. I can still fix this. I can. No. The word landed in the snow between them like a dropped sword. Alara. I said no. You don't get to make this decision for me. Not anymore. She stepped back. Go home, Aldrich. His wolf surged. She saw it in the amber flood of his eyes, the sudden tension in his frame, and then, instinct, habit, 10 years of being his alpha and her soldier, he reached for the command. Alara, stop! It was an alpha command. Full force, the bone-deep compulsion that every wolf obeyed, the vocal weapon that could pin a subordinate in place with a word. It hit her like a wall. And it bounced. She didn't stop. She didn't even flinch. The command washed over her like water over stone, and she kept walking, and Aldrich stood in the snow with his mouth open and his command echoing uselessly in the cold air. She had torn the bond. His command had no anchor. The realization hit him visibly. His face went white. Not angry white, not frustrated white, but the white of a man who has just understood, for the first time, the full scope of what he has lost. She broke it. His voice was barely audible. She actually broke it. Ronan, still standing by the gate, said nothing. But his eyes followed Alara as she walked back into the camp, and his expression, just for a moment, was the expression of a man watching someone walk through fire and emerge still standing. Brennan appeared beside Ronan and whispered, "That was the most incredible thing I've ever seen." "Yes," Ronan said quietly, "it was." Chapter 8. The Moonlit Pass. Aldrich didn't leave. He couldn't. His escort made camp outside the Kael'rith walls, and he sent 3 separate messages requesting to speak with Alara again. She ignored all of them. Ronan delivered the messages to her personally, each one sealed with the royal wolf crest in black wax, and each time she shook her head. "He's persistent," Ronan observed, placing the third scroll on the table between them. They were in the upper hall, a stone room warmed by 2 fires, and the scroll sat between their cups of hot cider like a small, unwanted guest. "He thinks I'll change my mind." "Will you?" She looked at him. The firelight made his pale eyes warm. "No." "Good." He picked up the scroll and tossed it into the nearest fire without ceremony. "I was running out of table space." That night, Ronan asked her to ride with him. Not a romantic ride, a patrol of the moonlit pass, a border lord's routine circuit, checking the watchtowers and the signal fires. But the moon was full, and the pass was beautiful, and she hadn't ridden for pleasure in months. Noctis was delighted. Not visibly, because Noctis did not display delight the way other horses did, with prancing and nickering and general enthusiasm. Noctis displayed delight by being marginally less aggressive than usual, which in his case meant he only snapped at 2 people instead of his customary 5 during saddling. They rode out through the north gate. The pass was silver under the moonlight, the snow untouched, the mountains rising on either side like the walls of a cathedral. Ronan's pale gray horse moved beside Noctis with the diplomatic caution of an animal who had learned that the black horse's personal space was not to be violated. They rode in silence for a while. It was a comfortable silence, not the loaded quiet of 2 people avoiding a subject, but the easy quiet of 2 people who didn't need to fill the air. "Tell me about the moon wolf," Alara said eventually. Ronan glanced at her. "You don't know?" "The council doesn't teach wolfless girls their mythology." His jaw tightened, a flash of anger quickly controlled. "It's not mythology, it's history. The moon wolf was the first wolf, the oldest bloodline, the line that existed before the councils, before the crowns, before the pack hierarchies. The moon wolf didn't rule packs, it judged them. It was the balance. When a king became a tyrant, the moon wolf could strip his power. When a council grew corrupt, the moon wolf could dissolve it. And the council thinks The council is afraid of you. That's why they want you locked up. Not because your bloodline is suspicious, but because if you're what they think you are, you have the authority to tear down everything they've built." He paused. "The moon wolf doesn't shift, Alara. Not the way other wolves do. The ancient texts, the ones the council tried to destroy, the ones my grandfather preserved, they say the moon wolf's power doesn't manifest as a form. It manifests as a judgment, a presence. Every wolf in range must submit, must kneel." The wind picked up. Alara's hair, golden, long unbound because she'd stopped wearing the knight's braid when she'd thrown away the badge, streamed behind her. The moonlight caught it, and for a moment, something on her collarbone glowed. Just a flicker, a faint silver light, like a mark beneath the skin. Ronan's horse stopped. Ronan stopped, his eyes fixed on her throat. "What?" The backlash hit. Not the usual dawn pain. This was the broken bond reacting to the full moon, to Aldrich's presence at the edge of the pass, to some deep tide in her blood that she didn't understand. The phantom claws tore at her chest. She doubled over in the saddle. Noctis sidestepped, alarmed. Ronan reached. His hand caught her arm. The contact detonated. She felt it like a thunderclap. Energy, raw, silver, enormous, erupted from the point where his skin touched hers and radiated outward. The mark on her collarbone blazed to life. A crescent, a wolf, a moon, etched in silver light beneath her skin. The air around them vibrated. The snow lifted from the ground in a fine mist. The mountains seemed to hold their breath. Ronan's wolf surfaced. She could see it in his eyes, the irises going full silver, the pupils contracting to points, and then his knees buckled, not from weakness, from compulsion. His wolf was bowing, kneeling, submitting to the thing inside her that was older than any alpha. He went down on one knee in the snow, his hand still gripping her arm, his head bowed. The resonance between them was a living thing now, enormous, warm, undeniable. The light faded, the pain receded, the mark dimmed. Silence. The horses stood perfectly still. Even Noctis was quiet, which might have been the most supernatural event of the entire evening. Ronan looked up at her from one knee in the snow. His pale eyes were wide, his dark hair windswept, his face lit by the last traces of silver light. He was breathing hard. "Well," he said, "that was unexpected." She stared at him. "You're not angry." "Why would I be angry?" Your wolf, it forced you to." "My wolf did what my wolf wanted to do." He stood, brushing snow from his knee with a composed precision that was entirely undermined by the slight color in his cheeks. "If this is my fate, at least it has excellent taste." She looked at him, the moonlight in his hair, the half-smile on his mouth, the way he stood there in the snow as if having his wolf forcibly submit to her was merely an interesting development rather than a catastrophic insult to his alpha dignity. Something cracked inside her chest. Not the bond, that was gone. Something else. Something that had been frozen solid since the parade square, since the words unworthy and hunting dog and a woman without a wolf. "You should be afraid of me," she said. "I'm not. Every alpha should be afraid of this." "I'm not every alpha." He stepped closer. Not aggressively, carefully, the way you'd approach something precious and skittish. "And I don't think you want people to be afraid of you. I think you want someone who sees what you are and doesn't run." The wind blew between them. Her golden hair caught the moonlight. His frost-pale eyes held hers. "We should go back," she said. "Probably." Neither of them moved. Noctis broke the moment by shoving his head between them and snorting directly into Ronan's face. "Your horse," Ronan said, wiping horse breath off his cheek, "has impeccable timing." "He thinks so." They rode back in silence, but it was a different silence now, charged, alive, full of everything they hadn't said. Chapter 9. The Revel Arrives. Cordelia Ashworth arrived 3 days after Aldrich, and she came with an army. Not a real army, a ceremonial one. 12 council guards in silver armor, bearing the official seal of the Elder Council, and a formal decree written on white vellum and stamped with so much wax it could have served as a doorstop. She rode a white palfrey with a braided mane and a jeweled bridle, and she wore a traveling cloak of deep blue velvet trimmed in ermine, and she looked like a painting of a noblewoman designed to make other women feel inadequate. She also looked, Ilara noticed from the parapet, like she hadn't wanted to come. It was in the way Cordelia held her reins, too tight, the knuckles white, and in the set of her mouth, which was not the satisfied smirk of a rival come to gloat, but the compressed line of a woman performing a duty she despised. Ronan met the party at the gate. Aldrich, who had been camped outside the walls for 3 days in increasingly desperate sulking, emerged from his tent to join the proceedings with the energy of a man who had been waiting for something to happen and had gotten the wrong thing. "Lady Cordelia." Ronan's voice carried the particular warmth he reserved for people he intended to make deeply uncomfortable. "What a pleasure. I wasn't expecting visitors from the royal court. Twice in 1 week, I'm beginning to feel popular." Cordelia dismounted with the practiced grace of a woman trained from birth to be decorative. "Lord Caelrith, I come on behalf of the Council of Elders with a formal decree for the person known as Sir Ilara Voss." "The person known as," Ronan repeated. "Not the knight, not the woman. The person known as." His eyebrow rose. The Council's choice of language is, as always, a masterclass in passive hostility. Cordelia's jaw tightened. She unrolled the decree. "By order of the Council of Elders, Ilara Voss is to be returned to the royal city for formal verification of her bloodline. She is to present herself at the Moon Tower within 14 days. Failure to comply will result in her being declared a heretic and judged accordingly." Silence. "Judged accordingly," Ilara said from the parapet. She descended during the speech and now stood at the bottom of the stairs, her arms crossed, her golden hair catching the winter sun. "What does that mean, specifically? Imprisonment? Execution? Being forced to attend another one of the council's interminable ceremonies?" Several of the council guards shifted uncomfortably. One of them, a young man who had served under Alara during the Eastern Border Campaign, had the decency to look ashamed. Cordelia faced Alara. Up close, the cracks in her composure were more visible. Her makeup was slightly smudged, her eyes were red-rimmed, her perfect hands trembled almost imperceptibly. "It means," Cordelia said, "that you are to come with me, willingly or otherwise." "And if I refuse?" "Then I am authorized to use the Council's authority to compel you." Ronan stepped forward. "The Council's authority doesn't extend to my territory, Lady Ashworth. The Greymark has been sovereign since before the current Council was formed. Any attempt to compel anyone within my walls will be treated as an act of war." Aldrich, who had been standing in the snow with the expression of a man watching a building burn, spoke. "Cordelia, that's enough." "Don't tell me what's enough." Cordelia's voice was sharp, sharper than Alara had ever heard it. She spun to face Aldrich. "You could have stopped this. You could have told the Council the truth, that she's your fated mate, that you rejected her to protect her, that this entire farce was your idea. Instead, you let them send me, your replacement Luna, your consolation prize, to drag her back for judgment." The courtyard went very quiet. Cordelia was shaking. Not with anger, with something deeper. Exhaustion. Humiliation. Years of it, compressed into a single moment. "Do you know what my father said when the Council named me as a Luna candidate?" She looked at Aldrich and her voice cracked. "He said, 'Finally, you're useful.' 23 years of music lessons and etiquette training and learning to walk in heels and smile at men who disgusted me, and the best I could hope for was to be useful as a replacement for a woman you actually loved." She turned to Alara. Her eyes were bright with tears she was furious about producing. "I envied you. Did you know that? I hated you and I envied you. Because you could ride, you could fight, you could leave. I have never once in my life been allowed to leave a room without permission." The wind blew. Snow swirled across the courtyard. The Council guards stood in their silver armor and looked deeply uncertain about the trajectory of this mission. Alara looked at Cordelia for a long moment. She remembered the parade square, the hunting dog comment, the delicate hand on Aldrich's arm, the crystal chime laugh. She had hated Cordelia for it. She had hated her with the pure, hot fury of a woman who had just been publicly destroyed. But looking at her now, shaking in her blue velvet with smudged makeup and red eyes and the desperate fury of a woman who had finally said the unsayable, Alara saw something she recognized. A cage, different from Alara's but no less real. "You don't have to do this," Alara said. Her voice was quiet, not soft, she didn't do soft, but quiet, in the way of someone stating a fact. "You don't have to bring me back. You can tell the Council I refused. You can tell them whatever you want. They'll punish me. They'll punish you anyway. They always punish the messenger." Alara paused. "Unless the messenger stops being a messenger." Cordelia stared at her. Something shifted in her face. Not a dramatic transformation, not a single epiphanic moment, but a slow realignment, like tectonic plates finally settling into a new position. She looked down at the Council badge pinned to her cloak. A silver wolf rampant over crossed scepters, the Council's mark of authorized representative. She touched it. Then she unpinned it and dropped it in the snow. "My lady," one of the Council guards stepped forward. "You can't, the Council's authority." "The Council can retrieve its own prisoners," Cordelia said. Her voice was still shaking, but it was steady underneath, like a building that trembles but does not fall. "I'm done carrying their leashes." She looked at Alara. "I'm sorry for what I said at the parade. I didn't mean it, no, that's a lie. I meant it because I was jealous and cruel and I wanted to hurt you, but I'm sorry." Alara nodded. It was not forgiveness. Not yet, possibly not ever, but it was acknowledgement, and it was enough. "The Council guards can escort Lady Ashworth safely back to the royal city," Ronan said, stepping smoothly into the silence with the diplomatic ease of a man who knew exactly when to take control of a situation. "Or, if she prefers, she's welcome to remain at the Grey March until she's decided her next steps. I have rooms and a surplus of strong cider. and I've been told both are effective remedies for sudden career changes. Cordelia looked at him, and despite everything, the tears, the cold, the crumbling of her entire identity, she almost laughed. I'll stay, if only because the ride back is long and I'm not ready to face my father. A wise decision. Ronan turned to the council guards. You may deliver a message to the council from me. The message is no. He smiled. It was not a warm smile. They'll know what it means. The guards left. Aldrich remained. He stood in the snow, watching Alara, and his face held the expression of a man who was watching his entire world rearrange itself around him and had no idea how to stop it. Alara. Go home, Aldrich. I can't. I need you to understand. I understand perfectly. You loved me. You were afraid for me. And instead of trusting me with the truth, you made the decision alone. She met his eyes. Every time you tried to protect me, you chose a way that required me to be smaller, to be less, to stand behind you and say nothing while you decided what I was worth. That wasn't love, Aldrich. That was control dressed up in good intentions. He flinched as if she'd hit him. I won't make that mistake again, he said. His voice was raw. No, she said, you won't, because you won't get the chance. She turned and walked back into the camp. Ronan fell into step beside her, not touching, not speaking, just present. Behind them, in the snow, Aldrich stood alone with the broken pieces of his arrogance and finally understood that he had not lost a guard. He had destroyed his own heart. Chapter 10. The week that changed everything. The week of recovery became 2 weeks and then 3. The excuse was Alara's wrist. It was healing, but slowly. And Helwyn the medic enforced rest with the tyrannical efficiency of a woman who had once physically restrained a grown wolf from leaving the sickbed by sitting on his chest. The real reason was harder to name. Alara was learning things, not sword things, she knew those, not survival things, she'd always known those. She was learning what it felt like to exist in a place where her worth was not measured by her usefulness to a crown. In the Kelrith camp, people worked, ate, trained, argued, laughed, and lived with the robust efficiency of a community that had been self-sufficient for generations. There was no council watching from a raised dais. There were no nobles whispering behind silk fans. There were people, some of them wolves, some of them not, and they measured each other by what they contributed, not by what bloodline they carried. Brennan followed her around like a cheerful shadow, asking endless questions about sword technique and occasionally tripping over his own feet. He brought her breakfast on the mornings when the backlash was worst, not because she asked, but because he'd noticed she didn't eat on those mornings, and he had the straightforward compassion of a person who didn't complicate kindness. You remind me of my sister, he told her one morning, setting a tray of porridge on the table with a clatter. She's stubborn too, won't eat unless someone puts food directly in front of her and stares until she picks up the spoon. I don't need a nursemaid. Good, because I'm terrible at it. I burned the porridge. He paused. Twice. The porridge was indeed burned. Alara ate it anyway, because Brennan's face was so earnestly hopeful that refusing would have been like kicking a puppy. Cordelia, meanwhile, was undergoing her own transformation. Without her father's expectations, without the council's demands, without the need to perform the role of perfect Luna candidate, she turned out to be sharp, observant, and possessed of a caustic wit that could strip paint. I spent 12 years learning to play the harp, Cordelia told Alara one evening, sitting by the fire in the upper hall with a cup of cider and an expression of dawning outrage. 12 years? Do you know how useless harp is? In what conceivable scenario will my ability to play a delicate rendition of Moonlight Serenade be strategically relevant? Never, Alara said. Never. 12 years. Cordelia drank her cider with the aggressive urgency of a woman who had just realized how much of her life she'd wasted. Do you know what else they taught me? Flower arrangement, calligraphy, how to enter a room so that every man notices you, how to laugh at jokes that aren't funny, how to eat a meal without actually eating because Luna candidates must maintain a certain silhouette. She set down her cup. I'm learning to ride. Properly. Brennan's teaching me. Brennan can barely stay on a horse himself. I know, that's why he's perfect. He falls off so often that my mistakes look competent by comparison. She paused. He's very kind, for a border wolf. He is. Cordelia looked at the fire. The light softened the sharp edges of her beauty, and for a moment she looked less like a noblewoman and more like a girl who had never been given permission to just sit. I was wrong about you, she said. At the parade, and before that, I told myself you were beneath me because you didn't have a wolf. But the truth is, I was beneath you because I had everything, rank, beauty, a wolf, and I still couldn't do a single thing without someone's permission. Alara was quiet for a moment. You're doing things now. I'm sitting by a fire drinking cider in an enemy camp because I threw a council badge into the snow on impulse. Cordelia laughed, a real laugh, sharp and bright and nothing like crystal chimes. My father would have a stroke. That's a bonus. Cordelia laughed again, harder, and this time Alara's mouth twitched too, and for just a moment, the two women who had been positioned as rivals by a system that benefited from their hatred sat in firelight and were simply human. Chapter 11. Closer. The resonance between Alara and Ronan grew stronger. She felt it like a low hum beneath her skin, not the gold thread compulsion of a fated bond, not the chain-link weight of a forced pairing, but something else entirely. Something that breathed, something that gave space. When she was near Ronan, the broken bond pain in her chest eased. When she walked away, it returned. Not because he was binding her, she tested this carefully, suspicious of anything that felt like a leash, but because his presence seemed to soothe whatever ancient thing was stirring in her blood. She resented it at first. She had just freed herself from one bond. She had no interest in another. You're keeping your distance, Ronan said one evening, finding her on the parapet where she went to watch the stars. He stood 3 feet away, always 3 feet, always leaving space, always treating her autonomy like the precious thing it was. I'm being careful. With what? With whatever this is. She gestured between them. The resonance, the pain easing, your wolf going calm. I don't want another chain. He was quiet for a moment. The stars were sharp and cold above them, and the wind carried the scent of pine. What if it's not a chain? Everything that binds you to another person is a chain. A bridge binds 2 sides of a river. That's not a chain, it's a choice. He paused. The old bond, the fated bond with your prince, was assigned, built into your blood without your consent. This, he touched the air between them, not touching her, just indicating the space. This feels different, not because it's fated, because it's chosen. She looked at him. The moonlight turned his dark hair silver at the edges and lit his frost-pale eyes until they looked like pieces of the sky. You're very articulate for a border lord. I read a lot. There's not much else to do in the Grey Marks during winter besides read and argue with horses. Your horse argues with you? My horse is passive-aggressive. He gives me disapproving looks when I stay up too late. He has a specific sigh for when he thinks my decisions are suboptimal. He paused. He's been sighing less since you arrived, which I choose to interpret as approval. She turned to face him. They were closer than 3 feet now. Somehow, in the course of the conversation, the distance had halved. She could see the individual shades of gray and blue in his eyes, the faint scar on his left cheekbone, the way his mouth curved slightly at one corner when he was trying not to smile. The resonance, she said. When we touch, what does it feel like to you? His expression shifted. The composure thinned, and underneath was something raw and real and carefully guarded. It feels like silence, he said. My wolf has never been silent. It's always pushing, always hunting, always restless. But when you're near, he stopped himself, looked away, looked back. It feels like home. And I've been trying very hard not to say that, because it's the kind of thing that makes a woman who just escaped one bond run for the mountains. I'm not running. I noticed. His voice was very quiet. I noticed everything about you. It's becoming a problem. The wind blew. Her hair streamed sideways, golden in the moonlight, and a strand caught against his shoulder. He didn't brush it away. She didn't pull it back. "You notice everything," she repeated. "The way you check your horse before yourself, every single time. The way you train left-handed with the focus of someone building a house one brick at a time. The way you pretend you're fine on the mornings when the backlash is worst, but your left hand shakes when you hold your cup." He paused. "The way you looked at me in the moonlit pass when I knelt, and you expected anger, and you got excellent taste," she finished. "I stand by that." He was close. Too close. She could feel the warmth of him. Not body heat, but the resonance, that deep hum that eased the pain and made the broken place in her chest feel less like a wound and more like a door opening. She placed her hand on his chest, not pushing, not pulling, just touching. His heartbeat was fast beneath her palm, faster than his composure suggested, and his breath caught, and his eyes darkened, and she felt the resonance surge between them like a tide. "I don't trust this," she said. "I know. I might never fully trust it. I know that too. And I need you to understand that if this becomes a cage, I will walk out of it and I won't look back. Not for a bond, not for a crown, not for a man with excellent taste." He covered her hand with his. His palm was warm and calloused and certain. "If it becomes a cage, I'll open the door myself." She looked at him for a long moment. Then she pulled her hand back, stepped away, and walked to the stairs. "Alara." She stopped. "You said you only faint in front of your own horse because it has better manners." He leaned against the parapet, and the moonlight made him look like something carved from the mountain itself. "For the record, I'm working on my manners." She went downstairs. She did not smile, but the corner of her mouth twitched, and the hollow in her chest was, for the first time, warm. Chapter 12. The Sparing Lesson. Ronan asked to spar with her. Not to prove anything, he was clear about that. He wanted to understand how she fought because her style was unlike anything he'd seen, and he was, at heart, a student of combat. She agreed because she was going out of her mind with restless energy, and the alternative was pacing the parapet until she wore grooves in the stone. They met in the training yard at dawn. The yard was empty. Ronan had cleared it, which meant either he was being considerate or he didn't want witnesses. She suspected both. He fought beautifully. She'd expected that from his size and build, but the reality was striking. He moved like water and struck like stone, with a fluid efficiency that made every motion look effortless. His wolf was closer to the surface during combat, giving his movements an animal precision, but he never lost control, never overcommitted, never wasted a strike. She was better. Not stronger. He had 50 pounds on her and the wolf's speed besides, but she was faster in the ways that mattered. Faster to read his patterns, faster to adapt, faster to exploit the half-second gaps that every fighter left when they transitioned between forms. She'd spent 10 years compensating for the lack of a wolf, and the result was a fighting style that treated every disadvantage as a fulcrum. Ronan's sword caught hers in a bind. They were close, faces a foot apart, blades locked, breath steaming between them. His pale eyes held hers with an intensity that had nothing to do with combat. "You're holding back," she said. "I don't want to hurt your wrist." "My wrist is fine." She twisted out of the bind, swept his leading foot, and put him off balance. He recovered, barely, with a wolf's reflex. "Stop protecting me." Something shifted in his expression. The restraint dropped. Not completely. He was still careful, still controlled, but the next exchange was real. Fast, dangerous. Their blades sang in the cold air, and the sound of steel on steel rang off the stone walls. And for 3 glorious minutes they were perfectly matched. Not as wolf and human, not as lord and knight, but as equals. He disarmed her. A clever maneuver that used her healing wrist against her. Not roughly, just precisely, turning the weak point into a lever. Her sword flew from her hand and buried itself in the snow 3 feet away. She didn't reach for it. She stepped inside his guard, caught his sword arm, turned her hip, and threw him. The lord of the Kelrith wolves landed flat on his back in the snow with a thud that echoed off the mountain walls. His sword clattered away. His breath left him in a visible cloud. He lay there, blinking up at the sky, and Alara stood over him with her knee on his chest and her forearm across his throat. "Yield," she said. He looked up at her, snow in his dark hair, frost on his eyelashes, those impossible eyes wide and bright and burning with something that was definitely not defeat. "You just threw an alpha twice your weight," he said. His voice was slightly strangled, possibly because of the forearm on his throat, possibly for other reasons. "Without a wolf form." "Yield," she repeated. "If I yield, will you remove the arm from my windpipe?" "That depends on whether you plan to make some smug comment about how you let me win." "I was planning to make a smug comment about how the view from down here is exceptional, but I'm open to negotiations." Heat climbed her neck. She removed her arm, stood, and offered him a hand up. He took it. His fingers closed around hers, and the resonance hummed between them, warm and liquid and undeniable. And he stood, and they were very close, and his hand didn't let go of hers immediately. "For someone who claims to be working on his manners," she said, "that was remarkably rude." "I said I was working on them. I didn't say I was finished." His thumb brushed across her knuckles. A small motion, barely perceptible, except that it sent a shiver through her entire body that had nothing to do with cold. His eyes tracked the shiver with the acute attention of a man who was cataloging every reaction and storing them for later. "Again?" he asked, still holding her hand. "Are you asking for another round, or are you asking to hold my hand longer?" "I was asking about the sparring." He paused, the corner of his mouth lifted. "But I wouldn't say no to the other." She pulled her hand free. "Again. And this time, don't let me win." "You didn't win," he said, picking up his sword. "You destroyed me. There's a difference." They sparred until mid-morning. By the end, she'd thrown him 3 more times, he'd disarmed her twice, and Brennan had appeared on the upper walkway with a cup of tea and the expression of a man watching the greatest entertainment of his life. "Don't say a word," Ronan told him as they left the yard. "I wasn't going to say anything, my lord." "Your face is saying things." "My face is just my face, my lord. I can't help my face." Ronan looked at Alara. "Can I throw him off the parapet?" "He's too cheerful. The fall wouldn't hurt him." Brennan beamed. "That's the nicest thing anyone said to me all week." Chapter 13. The Hunters Return. The council sent hunters on the 22nd day. Not the ceremonial guard that had accompanied Cordelia, these were real hunters. Moon Guard, the council's enforcers. 7 wolves in black armor who answered only to the elders and who carried silver chains designed for restraining bloodline anomalies. They came at night because the council had always preferred to do its cruelest work in the dark. Alara heard them first. The broken bond had, unexpectedly, sharpened her senses, not to wolf levels, but beyond human, as if the torn-open place in her chest was compensating by reaching out in other directions. She heard the paws on stone, the creak of leather, the whispered commands. She was in the stable, checking Noctis's foreleg, still slightly warm, still favoring it the stubborn animal, when the first howl split the darkness. Noctis's head shot up. His ears went flat. He began to stamp, and she grabbed his halter and pressed her forehead to his nose. "Quiet. Listen." More howls. Answering calls. The camp sentries sounding the alarm. A deep, rhythmic horn blast that rolled across the mountain pass and echoed back. Ronan appeared in the stable doorway. He was fully armed, sword drawn, face carved from ice. The Moon Guard. 7, approaching from the south ridge. "Silver chains?" "Yes." His eyes met hers. "They're not here for a polite conversation." She reached for her sword. Ronan caught her hand. "Your wrist is fine." She looked at him. "Don't you start." His jaw tightened. Something warred in his expression. The urge to protect versus the knowledge that she would not accept protection she hadn't requested. The latter won. "Fine," he said, "but you fight beside me, not in front of me." "Deal." They moved through the camp together. Ronan's soldiers were already in position. The Kael'rith border wolves knew how to defend their home, and they'd done it many times. The Moon Guard was outnumbered. But the Moon Guard didn't need numbers. They had silver chains, council authority, and the absolute conviction of men who believed they were doing righteous work. The fight was brief and brutal. The Moon Guard hit the north gate in a tight formation. 3 shifted wolves in front, 4 in human form behind with silver chains and restraining poles. They moved like a machine, coordinated and relentless. Alara met them at the gate. She fought left-handed because the right wrist was healed enough for grip but not for heavy strikes. It didn't matter. She fought the way she always fought, faster, smarter, more precise than any wolf expected. She ducked under the first chain, kicked the pole from the second hunter's hands, disarmed the third with a sword technique that Brennan would later describe to anyone who'd listen as the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, and I've seen the northern lights. Ronan fought beside her, not in front. Beside. Their styles meshed, her speed and precision complementing his power and wolf reflexes, and the Moon Guard faltered, then broke. One of them, the leader, a scarred wolf named Gregor, shifted back to human form and drew a silver-edged sword. He faced Alara. "The Council commands your surrender," he said. "The Council can command the wind to stop blowing. That doesn't mean it listens." Gregor charged. He was good, trained, experienced, strong. She let him come, sidestepped at the last moment, and drove her knee into his midsection. The air left him in a whoosh. She twisted, caught his sword arm, and used his own momentum to slam him face first into the snow. She picked up his silver sword and pressed it against the back of his neck. Not cutting, just holding. "Tell the Council this," she said, her voice carrying across the battlefield. "I am not their prisoner. I am not their subject. I am not their bloodline experiment. If they want me, they can come themselves, not send dogs." Gregor's face, pressed into the snow, managed an expression of deep indignation. She removed the sword and stepped back. Gregor scrambled up, snow covering his entire front, his dignity in shreds, and limped back to his remaining hunters. They retreated. It was, by all accounts, the fastest retreat in Moonguard history. Brennan appeared beside Alara, breathless and grinning. "That was... don't. Incredible." "I said don't. You face-planted a Moonguard captain into a snowbank. He's going to have to explain that to the Council. Do you think they'll include face-planted into snowbank by woman with no wolf in the official report?" Ronan, wiping snow and blood from his sword, said, "I'll write a witness statement if it helps." Despite herself, Alara laughed. It was a real laugh, short, sharp, surprised out of her, and both Ronan and Brennan stared at her as if she'd just performed a miracle. "She laughed," Brennan whispered. "I heard," Ronan said. "She actually laughed." Brennan. "This is the greatest day of my life." "Go check the perimeter, Brennan." "Right, yes, perimeter, going now." He backed away, pointing at Alara. "But for the record, great laugh." Alara sheathed her sword and looked at Ronan. He was watching her with an expression she was learning to recognize, the one where his composure was intact, but his eyes were doing something entirely different. Something warm, something hungry, something he was very carefully not acting on. "You fight well together," Brennan called from the perimeter because he had not actually left. "Just an observation, not implying anything." Perimeter, Brennan. Going. Chapter 14. The Night Watch. The camp didn't sleep after the Moonguard attack. Sentries doubled. Fires burned higher. Ronan's wolves patrolled in rotating shifts, their eyes catching the firelight in amber flashes as they circled the walls. The mountain wind carried the smell of pine and cold iron and the distant, fading scent of the retreating hunters. Alara stood on the upper parapet, watching the south ridge. The moon was waning, a thin silver curve behind drifting clouds, and the darkness beyond the walls was absolute, Somewhere out there, the Moon Guard was licking its wounds and composing a report that would make the council furious enough to escalate. She knew what escalation meant. Not more hunters, a formal declaration, a public judgment. The full weight of the Elder Council brought to bear against a single woman who had dared to exist outside their control. The broken bond throbbed in her chest, distant, dulled, but persistent, a reminder that Aldrich was out there too, his wolf still searching the void where she used to be. She could feel his guilt like weather, a pressure system that never quite broke into rain. "You should sleep." Ronan's voice. He'd appeared on the parapet with the silent efficiency of a man who moved through his own fortress like a ghost. He carried 2 cups of something that steamed, and when he handed her one, the smell was warm cider laced with honey. "Can't sleep. The backlash is worse after combat. The adrenaline agitates the remnant." He leaned against the parapet beside her, close enough that their shoulders nearly touched. "I've read accounts of wolves who survived partial bond severance. The pain spikes correlate with emotional intensity. Combat, fear, anger, anything that raises the blood." She sipped the cider. It was excellent, sweet and sharp and warm all the way down. "Is there anything you haven't read?" "Romance poetry. I find it insufferable." "Really?" "All that languishing, all that pining from a distance." He paused. "If you want someone, you should say so, clearly, with proper sentence structure." She looked at him sideways. "Is that what you do?" The silence that followed was a fraction too long. His eyes were fixed on the mountains, but the muscle in his jaw had tightened, and his hand on the parapet was very, very still. "I'm working on it," he said. She turned to face him. The cider was warm in her hands, and the wind was cold on her neck, and the resonance between them was a constant, low vibration that she'd stopped trying to ignore. "Ronan." He looked at her. In the low light of the parapet torches, his face was all angles and shadows, and his pale eyes held a depth of feeling he would probably have denied under oath. "Why haven't you asked me about the Moon Wolf?" "You'll tell me when you're ready." "You're the only person who hasn't demanded an explanation. I'm the only person who understands that your power doesn't belong to me. It doesn't belong to the Council. It doesn't belong to anyone who wants to own it or study it or use it as leverage." He set his cup on the parapet. "It's yours. You'll understand it in your own time. My opinion on the matter is irrelevant." "It's not irrelevant." He looked at her sharply. Something broke through the composure, a flash of vulnerability, quickly masked but unmistakable. He hadn't expected her to say that. "It's not irrelevant," she repeated, "because you're the only person whose wolf has responded to whatever I am without anger or fear. You knelt in the pass, and you looked up at me, and you made a joke. Anyone else would have..." "Anyone else would have what? Been afraid?" He turned to face her fully. "I'm not afraid of you, Alara. I'm afraid for you. There's a significant difference. Afraid for me. The Council won't stop. They'll declare you a heretic. They'll force a public judgment, and they'll use every tool they have, political, physical, spiritual, to bring you to heel, because you represent the one thing the Council cannot survive." He paused. "Accountability." The wind gusted. Her hair caught in the torchlight, streaming gold, and a strand blew across his chest. He caught it, gently, between 2 fingers, the way you'd catch a thread of spider silk. "You have golden hair," he said, as if noticing for the first time, which was ridiculous because he noticed everything. "On the battlefield, in the moonlight, it looks like it's on fire." "That's not a strategic observation." "No." He released the strand. His fingers brushed her jaw as he did. A ghost of contact. Barely there, electric. "It's not." She didn't move away. The resonance surged between them, warm and deep, and the broken place in her chest hummed not with pain, but with something that felt dangerously like anticipation. "You said if this became a cage, you'd open the door yourself," she said. "I meant it. And if I said I wanted the door to stay open, not locked, not latched, just open, and I wanted to stay anyway, not because of a bond, not because of a resonance, Because I choose to? His composure shattered. Not dramatically, Ronan didn't do dramatic, but the mask dropped, and underneath was a man who was looking at her with such raw, undisguised want that her breath caught. Then I would say, he said very quietly, that I've been hoping you'd say that since the night in the snowfield when you told me your horse had better manners. She stepped closer. He didn't step back. They were inches apart, and the cold air between them was the only barrier left, and his hand rose and settled on her waist. Not pulling, not claiming, just resting there, warm through the fabric of her shirt, as if to say, I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere, and I will let you decide what happens next. Just so we're clear, she said, I'm not going to be anyone's Luna. I don't want a Luna, I want a partner. His thumb traced a slow circle against her hip. Someone who'll throw me into snowbanks when I deserve it. That's a very specific requirement. I'm a very specific man. She placed her hand on his chest. His heart was hammering. She could feel it through the wool, rapid and hard, betraying everything his face was trying to hide. She left her hand there. He covered it with his own. They stood like that for a long time, on a parapet above a fortress in the mountains, with the wind and the stars and the sound of wolves patrolling in the dark. Not kissing, not needing to. Just existing in the same space, breathing the same air, choosing to be where they were. From the stable below, Noctis let out a single, deafening snort that echoed off every stone wall in the camp. Ronan closed his eyes. Does he have a sixth sense for moments like this? He has a sixth sense for ruining things. It's his primary talent. I thought his primary talent was biting. He's multi-talented. They separated. Not because either of them wanted to. She could see that in the reluctance of his hand leaving her waist, in the way his eyes lingered on her mouth for exactly 1 second before he looked away. But because the parapet was not private, and the camp was full of soldiers, and Brennan was somewhere nearby, and Brennan would absolutely tell everyone. Good night, Alara. Good night, Ronan. She walked to the stairs, stopped, turned. For the record, she said, your manners are improving. He smiled. A real smile. Not the half-smirk, not the sardonic quirk, but a full, genuine smile that transformed his face from dangerously handsome into something so beautiful it almost hurt to look at. Give me time, he said. I'll ruin that impression soon enough. Chapter 15. The Declaration. The council's declaration arrived by Raven on the 28th day. It was written on white vellum, stamped with every elder's seal, and phrased in the formal, bloodless language of men who had perfected the art of making cruelty sound administrative. By decree of the Elder Council of Arventhor, the woman known as Alara Voss is hereby declared a dangerous heretic and threat to the stability of the werewolf bloodlines. She is ordered to present herself for formal verification and judgment at the eclipse square of Arventhor on the day of the next lunar eclipse, 30 days hence. Failure to appear will result in her classification as a rogue element and the authorization of lethal force for her retrieval. Furthermore, let it be known, the woman's claim to any fated mate bond with the Crown Prince is declared fraudulent, her service record is stricken from the Royal Guard's annals, and her name is removed from all honorable registers of the kingdom. She is nothing, let her prove otherwise. Ronan read the declaration aloud to Alara, Cordelia, Brennan, and Helwyn in the upper hall. When he finished, the silence was thick enough to cut. Well, Cordelia said, that's dramatic. Brennan looked like he wanted to set the vellum on fire. Helwyn looked like she wanted to prescribe the entire council a strong laxative. Ronan's face was carved from stone. Alara took the vellum. She read it again. The words blurred and refocused. She is nothing. She set the vellum on the table. I'm going. Ronan's head snapped toward her. Alara, I'm going back to the eclipse square on the day they've set. That's exactly what they want. They want you on their ground, surrounded by their people, under their control. I know. Then why? Because if I don't go, they'll send more hunters. They'll attack this camp. They'll use me as an excuse to declare war on the Kilrith territory, and your people will pay the price for sheltering me." She met his eyes. "I won't hide behind your walls while your people die for my existence." Ronan's jaw tightened until the muscle stood out like iron. She could see the war inside him. The strategist versus the man, the lord versus the wolf, the desire to lock the gates and keep her safe versus the knowledge that she would never forgive him if he tried. "Then I'll come with you," he said. "No." "Yes. This is my fight, not yours. It became my fight when my wolf knelt to you in the moonlit pass." His voice was quiet but absolute. "I'm not fighting this battle for you. I'm riding beside you. There's a difference." She opened her mouth to argue. He held up a hand. "Not in front of you, not making decisions for you. 3 steps behind, close enough to help if you ask. Far enough to show that this is your judgment, not mine." He paused. "I will not be Aldrich, but I will not pretend that what's happening between us doesn't give me the right to stand at your back." Cordelia looked between them. "I'm coming too." Everyone turned. "The council used me as a weapon against her," Cordelia said. Her voice was steady, the steadiest Alara had ever heard it. "They sent me to deliver their decree. They dressed me up in blue velvet and put their words in my mouth. I want to stand in their square and let them see what I chose to become instead." Brennan raised his hand. "I'm also coming, for moral support. And because I've never seen the Eclipse Square and I think it sounds exciting." "It's a judgment ground," Ronan said. "People have been executed there." "Less exciting," Brennan conceded, "but I'm still coming." Helwyn packed a medical kit and said nothing, which was her way of saying she was coming too, and anyone who argued would be given a detailed lecture on the consequences of ignoring medical advice. Chapter 16. The Road Back. They left the Greymark on a morning of gray sky and blowing snow. The party was small by design. Ronan, Alara, Cordelia, Brennan, Helwyn, and a dozen Kelrith soldiers. Not an army, a statement. They rode under no banner, carried no declaration, and made no attempt at secrecy. They were not sneaking into Arventhor. They were walking through the front door. Alara rode at the head of the column. Noctis was in high spirits, or at least his version of high spirits, which meant he bit only the air instead of actual people, and maintained a pace that suggested he was condescending to carry her rather than being directed. His foreleg was healed, Marin's poultice and Helwyn's treatment having done their work, and he moved with the powerful, fluid stride of a warhorse who knew exactly how impressive he looked. Ronan rode 3 steps behind her. Exactly 3. She'd told him he didn't need to be so literal about it, and he'd told her he was a man of his word, and she'd told him he was insufferable, and he'd told her he'd been told. Cordelia rode a borrowed Kelrith horse, a sturdy bay mare with none of the temperament of Noctis and all of the patience, which was exactly what a novice rider needed. She sat the horse with the rigid posture of a woman who had learned to ride from a book, but she didn't fall off, and after the first hour, she actually began to relax. "This isn't terrible," Cordelia announced, as if surprised. "Wait until we go uphill," Brennan said cheerfully. "What happens uphill?" "You'll find out." He grinned at her. She glared at him. The glare had significantly less venom than her glares of 3 weeks ago, which Brennan appeared to notice and which made him grin wider. They rode for 2 days through the mountain passes, camping at waypoints and riding through daylight. The backlash pain came every morning, but it was dulled now, whether by the distance from Aldrich or by the proximity to Ronan. Alara couldn't tell. She suspected both. On the second night, Ronan found her by the campfire, staring into the flames. "You're thinking about what happens if the moon wolf doesn't awaken." She didn't deny it. "The mark has only appeared twice, both times by accident, both times with you." She looked at him. "What if it needs you? What if I can't do this alone?" "You won't be alone." "That's not what I'm asking." He sat beside her. The firelight carved his features into amber and shadow, and his pale eyes were warm in a way that made the cold feel irrelevant. "The moon wolf doesn't need me," he said. "It responded to me because my wolf recognized it. But the power is yours. It's been yours since birth, sealed, suppressed, hidden by whatever mechanism the council didn't want activated. You don't need a trigger. You need to stop being afraid of what you are. I'm not afraid. You're terrified, and that's reasonable. You've spent your entire life being told you're less because you don't have a wolf, and now you're discovering that you might be more than any wolf who's ever lived. That's not a comfortable realization. She was quiet for a long time. The fire crackled. Somewhere in the dark, Noctis was harassing a bush. What if the council is right, she said. What if this power is dangerous? What if I am a heretic? The council calls anything dangerous that threatens their control. Heretic is just their word for someone who refuses to obey. He paused. You've been refusing to obey your entire life. This is just the first time they've noticed. She looked at the fire. The flames reflected in her eyes, gold and orange and hot, and the mark on her collarbone, invisible in the firelight, hummed beneath her skin like a second heartbeat. Thank you, she said, for not making this about you. It's not about me. Most men would make it about them. Most men are idiots. He caught her eye and held it. I'm only occasionally an idiot, and never about things that matter. The fire popped. Sparks rose into the black sky. Alara leaned sideways, not dramatically, not consciously, just a slight shift in weight until her shoulder rested against his. He went very still. Then, slowly, he leaned back, matching her pressure, and they sat like that, shoulder to shoulder, watching the fire, saying nothing. From the darkness, Brennan's whisper, "Are they?" Helwyn's whisper, sharper, "Go to sleep, Brennan." But they're... Sleep. Chapter 17. The Gates of Arventhor. They saw the royal city at dawn on the third day. Arventhor rose from the plateau like a crown of stone. High walls, gleaming towers, the great drawbridge spanning the Frostclaw Gorge. The banner of the wolf rampant flew from every tower, black and gold against the gray sky, and even from a distance, Alara could see the movement on the walls. Soldiers, sentries, the rigid choreography of a city preparing for judgment. She stopped on the ridge. Noctis halted without being told, his ears pricked forward, his massive body tense with the alertness of an animal who recognized home and wasn't sure he liked it. Behind her, Ronan drew his horse alongside. Not ahead, alongside. There's still time to change the plan, he said. There's no plan. I'm riding in, standing in their square, and letting them try to force me to my knees. That is a plan. It's just a terrible one. Do you have a better one? Several. All of them involve significantly fewer scenarios in which you might die. I'm not going to die. You don't know that. I know I'm not going to kneel. He looked at her. His jaw was set, his eyes were fierce, and beneath the composure she could see the effort it was costing him to stay 3 steps behind, instead of riding ahead and solving this with steel. I hate this, he said, for the record. Noted. If they touch you, then I'll handle it. If they chain you, then I'll break the chains. And if you can't? She met his gaze. Then you'll know, because I'll ask for help. And I've never asked anyone for help in my life, so if I'm asking, it means I need it. He held her gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded, a single, curt motion, the nod of a man accepting terms he didn't like but respected. 3 steps behind, he said. 3 steps behind. They rode toward the gate. The drawbridge was lowered, the gates were open, and the eclipse square was full. It stretched before the main gate of Arventhor, a vast circular plaza of dark stone, ringed by torches and flanked by the carved wolf statues that had watched the city's judgments for 1,000 years. The square was designed for exactly this: public ceremony, public justice, public spectacle. The seats rose in tiers around the central platform, and every tier was packed. Nobles in their furs and jewels, soldiers in their armor, common folk in their woolens and cloaks crowded into the upper galleries, craning for a view. The council of elders on their raised dais, 7 ancient wolves in silver-trimmed black, their faces set in identical expressions of judicial displeasure. Aldrich, standing at the foot of the dais in the black and gold of the crown, looking like a man attending his own funeral. And above it all, the sky. The lunar eclipse had begun, the moon sliding into the earth's shadow, its light dimming from silver to copper to a deep, bloody red that stained the snow and the stone and the watching faces. Alara rode into the square on Noctis. The crowd went silent. Not the respectful silence of a ceremony, the stunned silence of people who had been told the heretic would come in chains and were confronted instead with a woman on a black warhorse, riding with the unhurried confidence of someone who owned the ground beneath her. She was not in armor. She wore a fitted dark tunic over riding trousers, her sword at her hip, her golden hair unbound and falling past her waist. No badge, no crest, no symbol of allegiance. She rode under no banner, and the absence was louder than any flag. Noctis walked through the square with his head high, his hooves striking the stone in a measured cadence that echoed off the walls like a war drum. He was, in his entire bearing, magnificent, black as midnight, gleaming with health, radiating the particular menace of an animal who was barely tolerating the existence of everyone present. Ronan entered the square behind her. 3 steps. His Kael'rith soldiers followed at a distance, not threatening, not retreating, present. Cordelia rode beside Brennan, her chin raised, her borrowed cloak replacing the blue velvet, her face pale but set. Elder Hargrave stood. The torchlight cast long shadows from his silver robes, and his voice carried the dry, precise cruelty of a man who had been pronouncing judgment for 50 years. Alara Voss, you stand before the Council of Elders to answer for the irregularity of your bloodline, the fraudulent claim of a fated mate bond with the Crown Prince, and the crime of heresy against the ancient laws of the werewolf bloodlines. Alara dismounted. Noctis immediately positioned himself behind her, a wall of black horse between her and the crowd, and she placed one hand on his neck, not for support, but for contact, for the reminder that she was not alone. I stand here, she said, because you threatened to send an army if I didn't. Let's not pretend this is voluntary. Murmurs from the crowd. Hargrave's mouth thinned. You are charged with possessing an abnormal bloodline that threatens the stability of the werewolf hierarchy. You are charged with impersonating a fated mate of the Crown Prince despite lacking a wolf form. You are charged with forcibly severing a sacred bond, an act of heresy against the Moon's covenant. I severed a bond that was being used to control me, Alara said. Her voice was clear and carried to every corner of the square. I left a position where I was publicly humiliated by the man who was supposed to stand beside me. I refused to return when your hunters came to drag me back in chains. If those are crimes, then yes, I'm guilty. But the only law I broke was the one that says a woman must endure anything a man decides to do to her, and I don't recognize that law. The murmurs grew louder. In the common galleries, she saw faces shift. Recognition, sympathy, the expressions of women who had endured their own versions of public humiliation and had never been allowed to speak. Elder Hargrave raised his hand for silence. The council does not recognize your authority to interpret law. You are wolfless, you are bondless, you are nothing. Then why are you afraid of me? Silence. Absolute. The question hung in the air like a blade. Hargrave's composure cracked, just a hairline fracture quickly sealed. The council fears nothing. The council protects the bloodline purity of our people and your existence. My existence terrifies you, Alara said, because you've spent 1,000 years telling wolves that power comes from form, from shifting, from the physical manifestation of the beast. And I walked into your court without a wolf and became the strongest knight you'd ever seen. I fought your battles. I protected your prince. I won your tournaments. I did everything a wolf could do, and I did it without one, and that made me dangerous. Not because I'm a heretic, but because I'm proof that your entire system is built on a lie. The crowd stirred. The nobles shifted uncomfortably. The soldiers, some of whom had fought beside her, some of whom she'd saved, looked at the ground, at the sky, anywhere but at the council. Aldrich stepped forward. She's right. Every head turned. Aldrich Veyron, Crown Prince of Arventhor, walked to the center of the square. He was beautiful still, golden and sharp and carved from duty, but the beauty had been hollowed out. His eyes were dark-ringed. His jaw was clenched. He moved like a man who had been carrying a weight too heavy for his bones and had finally decided to set it down, even if it killed him. "She's right about all of it," he said. "She is my fated mate. The bond was real. I rejected her publicly because the council threatened to imprison her if I acknowledged the bond. They told me her bloodline was dangerous. They told me she would be locked in the moon tower. I chose to humiliate her instead because I believed." His voice broke. He stopped, breathed, continued. "Because I believed that was protection. Because I was too much of a coward to tell her the truth and let her choose for herself." Hargrave's face was white with fury. "Your Highness, this is highly—" "I'm not finished." Aldrich turned to face the council. "You used me. You used my fear for her. You told me the only way to keep her safe was to make her worthless in the eyes of the court. And I did it, because I was raised to believe the council's word was law. But it wasn't law, it was manipulation. And the woman I destroyed to obey you is standing in this square right now, stronger than any of us, and she didn't need my protection. She never did." He turned to Alara. His golden eyes met hers across the width of the square, and in them was a grief so deep it had its own gravity. "I acknowledge you," he said, "publicly, before the council, before the court, before every person who heard me deny you. You are Alara Voss, and you were my fated mate, and I was not worthy of you." The words landed in the square like stones dropped in still water. Alara looked at him. This man she had loved, this man who had broken her, this man who was finally telling the truth, and felt the hollow in her chest ache with a pain that was not the bond's remnant, but something older and more human. "You acknowledge me," she said, "because you finally lost me, not because you finally saw me." Aldrich flinched. His eyes went bright, and he looked down, and the Crown Prince of Arventhor stood in the eclipse square in front of his entire kingdom and had no answer. Chapter 18. The Moon Wolf Rises. Elder Hargrave rose to his full height. "Enough," he said. "The Crown Prince's emotional outburst changes nothing. This woman is a bloodline anomaly. She is unverified. She is dangerous, and she will kneel before this council and submit to judgment." He raised his hand, and the 6 remaining elders rose with him, and the combined werewolf pressure of 7 ancient alphas descended on the square like a physical weight. It hit Alara like a wave. The pressure drove at her knees, her spine, the base of her skull, the primal compulsion that every wolf obeyed, the hierarchical force that said, "Bow, submit, kneel." She felt it in her bones. She felt it in the broken place where the bond had been. She felt it in every scar, every wound, every night she'd spent fighting for a kingdom that called her worthless. Her knees buckled. She caught herself, barely, one hand braced against Noctis's side. The pain in her chest erupted, and the phantom claws were back, tearing at her sternum, and the echo of Aldrich's wolf howled in her skull. The crowd watched. The nobles watched. The soldiers watched. They waited for her to fall. Noctis lowered his great head and pressed his nose against her shoulder. Not pushing her upright, just touching her, reminding him the warm, solid, stubborn presence of the first creature who had ever chosen her and who had never once asked her to kneel. She placed her hand on his neck. The eclipse reached totality. The moon went dark. Not dark, red, a deep blood red that turned the entire sky into something ancient and vast and alive. The red light fell across the square and the shadows shifted and the temperature dropped and every torch flickered. The mark on Alara's collarbone ignited. Not flickered, not glowed, ignited. Silver-white light erupted from beneath her skin, blazing like a brand, and it spread down her arms, across her hands, along the line of her jaw, until she was outlined in lunar fire, standing in the red dark of the eclipse like a beacon. She straightened. The pain didn't vanish, it transformed. The broken bond, the phantom claws, the hollow chest, they burned away like frost in sunlight, and in their place was something vast and ancient and absolutely certain. The Moon Wolf. not a shift, not a physical transformation into fur and teeth and claws. This was older than shifting. This was the original power, the one that existed before forms, before packs, before hierarchies. The presence, the judgment, the authority that did not need a body because it was woven into the blood of every wolf who had ever lived. It radiated from her like heat from a forge. The soldiers felt it first. The common soldiers at the edges of the square, young wolves, old wolves, strong wolves, weak wolves, went to their knees, not in pain, not in humiliation, in recognition. Their wolves bowed to what their wolves had always known was above them. The nobles followed. One by one, tier by tier, the great houses of Arventhor dropped. Fur-trimmed cloaks puddled in the snow, jeweled circlets bent toward the ground. Hands that had never been dirty clutched at stone as their wolves compelled them downward. The Council of Elders. Hargrave fought it. She could see it in the rigid set of his body, the cord standing out in his neck, the fury on his face as he resisted the force that was pushing him down. He fought for 10 seconds. 20. His knees hit the stone, and he snarled, actually snarled, an animal sound of impotent rage, and his ancient, powerful wolf submitted to the thing that had created all wolves. One by one, the elders fell. Cordelia knelt. The tears came, not from humiliation, but from recognition. She looked up at Alara with streaming eyes and a face full of something that might have been relief. And then she reached up and tore the backup Luna badge from her cloak. She'd kept it, hidden, a talisman of the identity she'd been assigned, and threw it into the snow. "I was never your replacement," she whispered, "and she was never nothing." Brennan knelt, and he was grinning through it because Brennan grinned through everything, and even his wolf's submission couldn't suppress the sheer delight of watching the council eat dirt. Aldrich knelt last of the Arventhor wolves, not because he fought it, because the Moon Wolf's power moved through the hierarchy, and the Crown Prince was the highest-ranking wolf present. The force reached him like a tide, and his knees buckled, and he went down in the snow with a sound that might have been a sob. He looked up at Alara. The golden eyes that had once made her feel like the only warm thing in the kingdom were full of tears, and his mouth shaped a word. Her name, maybe, or an apology, or the acknowledgement he should have made months ago in the parade square, instead of calling her unworthy. It didn't matter now. It was too late, and they both knew it. Ronan knelt. He did it without resistance. His wolf went down willingly. She could see it in the ease of his motion, the way he lowered to one knee in the snow, with the unhurried grace of a man performing an act of conscious choice rather than compulsion. His pale eyes found hers. In them was no anger, no shame, no resentment. "I kneel to you," he said. His voice was clear and steady and carried across the square. "Not to a crown." The words hit her somewhere beneath the power, beneath the light, in the place that was still just Alara, the girl who had sat in a horse's stall with an apple, the woman who checked hooves before wounds, the knight who had thrown her badge in the snow and ridden away. She looked at the square. Every wolf was on their knees, every noble, every soldier, every elder. 1,000 years of hierarchy, bowing to a woman they'd called worthless. Beside her, Noctis stood. He did not kneel. His massive head was raised, his ears pricked forward, his black body solid and unmoved by the power radiating from the woman at his side. He was not a wolf. He owed no submission to the Moon Wolf's authority. He was a horse, her first companion, her chosen partner. And he stood beside her because he had always stood beside her, and no ancient power on earth would make him do otherwise. She placed her hand on his neck. The silver light from her skin danced across his black mane, and he leaned into her touch, and the eclipsed square of Arventhor was silent, except for the wind and the sound of 1,000 wolves breathing. Alara spoke. "The Council of Elders has ruled this kingdom through fear, control, and the suppression of any power that threatened their authority. They used fated mate bonds as political tools. They used bloodline verification as a weapon. They told women without wolves that they were broken, told women with wolves that their only value was breeding, and told every wolf in this kingdom that obedience was the same as loyalty. Her voice carried. Not loud, she didn't shout. The power carried it, the way the moon carries light. I am not broken. I was never broken. I was the thing they were afraid of. Proof that power doesn't come from a form or a bond or a crown. It comes from a choice. The choice to stand when they tell you to kneel. The choice to leave when they tell you to stay. The choice to be more than what they decided you were. She looked at Hargrave. The elder's face was pressed close to the stone, his body rigid with forced submission, and his eyes, ancient, furious, afraid, met hers. The council's authority to judge bloodlines is dissolved, she said. As of this moment, no wolf will be imprisoned, executed, or stripped of rank for the nature of their blood. No woman will be assigned as a replacement Luna against her will. No fated mate bond will be used as a chain by royal power, family, or council. She paused. The silence was absolute. And if any elder disagrees, she smiled. It was not a kind smile. They're welcome to stand up and say so. No one stood. No one moved. The Council of Elders, for the first time in 1,000 years, had nothing to say. Chapter 19. After the Light. The power receded like a tide. The silver light dimmed. The mark on Alara's collarbone faded to a faint silver line. Still there, still present, but no longer blazing. The pressure on the square eased, and the wolves rose, slowly, unsteadily, like people waking from a shared dream. Alara swayed. The exhaustion hit her all at once. The power, the pain, the weeks of running and fighting and breaking and rebuilding, and the world tilted sideways. Noctis was there, solid and warm and smelling like hay and judgment, and she leaned against him and breathed. Ronan stood. He didn't rush to her, he knew better, but he moved within arm's reach and waited, his pale eyes tracking every flicker of fatigue on her face. "You're standing," he said. "Barely. Barely still counts," he paused. "That was, without question, the most terrifying and beautiful thing I have ever witnessed, and I once saw Brennan try to ride 2 horses at once." From across the square, Brennan's voice, "That was one time." Alara laughed. It was weak, exhausted, and slightly hysterical, but it was a laugh, and it broke the tension in the square like a stone thrown through glass. People started breathing. People started talking. The soldiers, some of whom were crying, which they would all deny later, looked at each other with the dazed expressions of men who had just watched the world change. Hargrave struggled to his feet. His silver robes were stained with snow and dirt, and his dignity was in approximately the same condition. He opened his mouth. "The council will not..." Alara didn't even look at him. She just raised one hand, palm out, and the faintest pulse of silver light flickered from her fingertips. Hargrave's mouth closed. He sat back down on the dais. He did not speak again for the remainder of the proceedings, which was, by universal agreement, a dramatic improvement. Aldrich approached her. He moved slowly, carefully, the way you'd approach a wild animal or a forest fire, and stopped 5 feet away. "Alara, I don't." Her voice was gentle, gentler than he deserved, and they both knew it. "You don't need to say anything else. You told the truth today. That mattered. It was late, and it was too late for us, but it mattered. Is there anything? You can go back to your throne. You can be a better king than the council made you. You can remember that the woman you called unworthy just dissolved the council's authority while standing next to a horse that has better political instincts than your entire court." She paused. "And you can stop sending hunters after people. It's not a good look." He nodded. His eyes were bright, and his jaw was working, and the Crown Prince of Arventhor looked, for the first time in his life, like a man instead of a title. "I loved you," he said. "That was real." "I know. I loved you too." She met his eyes. "But love isn't enough if the person holding it doesn't know how to let you hold it back." He closed his eyes, nodded once more, turned and walked back toward the dais where the remains of his council sat in stunned silence, and his crown waited on a throne that suddenly felt much too large for one person. He didn't look back. It was, Alara thought, the kindest thing he'd done. Cordelia found her in the stable an hour later. Alara was doing what she always did after a crisis, checking Noctis. Hooves, legs, mane, saddle straps, feed. The ritual, the anchor. The horse stood patiently, or impatiently, because Noctis did nothing patiently, while she ran her hands along his legs and checked the left foreleg that he'd finally stopped favoring. Cordelia stood in the stable doorway, her borrowed cloak wrapped tight around her shoulders, her auburn hair loose and windblown, her face clean of makeup for the first time since Alara had known her. She looked younger. She looked real. "What are you going to do now?" Cordelia asked. "I don't know." "That's terrifying." "Yes." Alara straightened and looked at her. "What are you going to do?" Cordelia was quiet for a moment. "Brennan offered to teach me sword basics. He said I have good instincts." She paused. "He also said I have a very threatening glare, which might be useful in combat." "He's not wrong about the glare. He's wrong about everything else, but he's not wrong about that." She hesitated. If you're going somewhere, can I come? Not forever. Just until I figure out what I am when I'm not being someone else's backup plan." Alara looked at the woman who had called her a hunting dog in front of a kingdom. The woman who had pinned the council badge to her cloak and delivered their decree. The woman who had torn that badge off and thrown it in the snow and wept in a judgment square because she finally understood that she too had been used. "You can come," Alara said. Cordelia's eyes filled. She blinked the tears away with the aggressive efficiency of someone who was done crying and intended to stay done. "Thank you." She paused. "And for the record, I meant what I said. About the hunting dog comment. I'm sorry." "I know. I was a terrible person." "You were a person in a cage. Terrible is what cages make people." Cordelia nodded. Then she looked at Noctis, who was regarding her with the suspicious expression of a horse who remembered everyone who had ever been unkind to his person. "Does he bite?" Cordelia asked. "He bites everyone." "Even you?" "Especially me." Cordelia edged closer. Noctis eyed her. She held out a hand, tentatively, the way you'd offer a truce to an enemy general. Noctis sniffed her fingers, considered. Then, with the elaborate disdain of an animal making an enormous concession, he allowed her to touch his nose. "He's softer than he looks," Cordelia said, surprised. "Don't tell him that. He has a reputation." Chapter 20. The Border Camp. Alara did not become anyone's queen. She considered it briefly in the days after the judgment. The old royal city would have taken her. The people who had watched her dissolve the council's authority would have followed her anywhere, and the throne was, in essence, hers for the asking. Every werewolf king owed submission to the moon wolf. She could have ruled. She chose not to. She chose the border. The place she'd always been strongest, the place where the walls were made of stone and mountain, not politics and silk. The place where the people who needed protection most, the wolfless, the abandoned, the heretical, the inconvenient, had always been pushed. She built her camp at the old watchtower on the Greymarch Pass, on the border between Arventhor and the Kelrith territory. It was neutral ground, hers by right of the Moon Wolf's authority, claimed by no kingdom and open to anyone. Brennan was the first to volunteer. He arrived with a bedroll, a training sword, and an optimism so relentless it was practically a weapon. "I've been reassigned," he announced, "by myself, to your service. Does Ronan know about this?" He said, and I quote, "If she'll have you, go. If she won't, come back and stop talking about her. So I'm very motivated to make a good impression." Helwyn came next with her medical supplies and her unshakable efficiency. Then a group of wolfless men and women from the outer villages, people who had been turned away from the royal city, denied entry to the packs, left to survive on the margins. They came to the border camp because they had heard that a wolfless woman had made the entire council kneel, and they wanted to stand somewhere they were allowed to exist. Cordelia stayed. She learned to ride properly, which took 3 weeks and resulted in 7 falls, 2 bruised ribs, and an increasingly colorful vocabulary that would have given her etiquette instructors heart failure. She learned basic sword work from Brennan, who was a terrible teacher but an excellent motivator, primarily because his own form was so bad that Cordelia was driven to improve just to avoid looking as ridiculous as he did. "You're supposed to be teaching me," Cordelia told him one morning, after he'd tripped over his own sword for the second time. "I'm teaching by example. This is what not to do." "That's not a method." "It's my method." "Your method is terrible. And yet you're improving." He grinned at her, lopsided and earnest, and she looked away, but not before Alara saw the color rise in her cheeks. Ronan came to the border camp every week. He came on the pale gray horse, which Noctis had, by this point, accepted as an ally, or at least as a horse he wouldn't actively try to murder, and he brought supplies, information, reports from the Kelrith territory, and on one occasion a crate of books he'd collected from the ancient Kelrith library. "Light reading," he said, setting the crate on the table in Alara's quarters. She opened it. Inside were 12 leather-bound volumes, each one older than the city of Arventhor. They were histories, treatises, records of the Moon Wolf lineage, the documents his grandfather had preserved when the council tried to destroy them. "This is the most thoughtful gift anyone's ever given me," she said, running her hand over the aged leather. "It's not a gift, it's a loan. I expect them back in pristine condition." "Liar." "Absolutely." He leaned against the doorframe, watching her with that half-smile that lived permanently at the corner of his mouth whenever she was in the room. "But I wanted an excuse to visit, and I'm returning to retrieve my books sounds more dignified than I wanted to see you." She looked up at him. He was backlit by the afternoon sun, and his dark hair caught the light, and his frost-pale eyes were warm in a way that made the word frost seem wrong. "You don't need an excuse." "I know." He didn't move from the doorframe. "But I like having one. It gives me something to hold when I'm riding back and trying to convince my wolf that we don't need to turn around." "Your wolf wants to turn around?" "My wolf wants to stay, permanently, in your stable, eating your grain, being occasionally bitten by your horse." He paused. "My wolf has very low standards for accommodation." "Your wolf has excellent standards. You said so yourself." He pushed off the doorframe and crossed the room. She stood. They were close, closer than the usual 3 feet, closer than the parapet, closer than the firelight conversation on the mountain road. His hand rose and tucked a strand of golden hair behind her ear, and his fingers lingered at her jaw, and his thumb traced the line of her cheekbone with a tenderness so intense it was almost violent. "I am very carefully not saying the thing I want to say," he said. "What thing?" "The thing that involves proper sentence structure and clear communication and all the qualities I said I valued in romantic declarations." His voice was low, almost rough. "The thing that starts with the fact that I've thought about you every waking hour since the night in the snowfield and ends with the fact that my wolf has never, not once, not ever, responded to any living being the way it responds to you." Her hand found his chest. His heartbeat was wild beneath her palm. "I thought you didn't like romance poetry." "I don't. This isn't poetry. This is a tactical assessment of my emotional state, delivered with maximum precision." "It sounds like poetry." "Then I'm failing at tactical communication, which is embarrassing for both of us." She smiled. A real smile, wide and warm and unguarded, the kind she'd given no one in years, the kind that made Ronan's breath catch audibly. "Say the thing," she said. "I love you." No hesitation, no qualifiers. 3 words, clean as a sword edge, delivered with the steady gaze and sure voice of a man who meant every syllable and would stand behind them for the rest of his life. Not because of the Moon Wolf, not because of the resonance, not because of anything mystical or fated or assigned by blood. Because you fight like water. Because you check your horse's hooves before your own wounds. Because you threw a badge in the snow and walked away from everything, rather than be anything less than yourself. Because when you laughed, really laughed, in my camp, it was the best sound I'd ever heard, and I've been trying to make you do it again ever since. She was quiet for a moment, not because she was uncertain. She had been uncertain about many things in her life, but this was not one of them. She was quiet because she wanted to feel this. All of it. The warmth, the certainty, the steady hum of the resonance that was not a chain but a bridge, and the knowledge that the man standing in front of her would open every door rather than lock a single one. "I love you too," she said. "And that's terrifying, because the last time I loved someone, he stood in a square and called me unworthy. But you're not him, and this isn't the same. And I choose this, not because a bond told me to, not because a moon decided it, but because you caught me when I fell, and then you let go and let me stand." He kissed her forehead, not her mouth, her forehead. The gentlest possible point of contact, his lips warm against her skin, his hands framing her face, and the resonance sang between them like a bell. "For the record," he murmured against her hair, "I have never done this before." "Done what? Made a tactical assessment of your emotional state?" "Any of it." His voice was quiet. "None of this, not with anyone." She pulled back and looked at him. His composure was gone, fully, completely gone, and underneath was a man who was looking at her with such naked vulnerability that she understood, without him saying it, that she was the first person he'd let past the walls, the first person who'd made his wolf go silent, the first person he'd loved. She placed her hand over his heart. "Then we'll figure it out together." "I'd like that." "Good, because your horse is passive-aggressive and my horse bites people, and between the two of them, we're going to need a unified strategy." He laughed, a real laugh, surprised, warm, slightly helpless, and it transformed his face the way sunrise transforms a mountain. From the stable, Noctis let out a snort so loud it rattled the shutters. "He's going to be insufferable about this," Ilara said. "He's always insufferable." "Yes, but now he's going to be insufferable with purpose." Chapter 21. The Road Ahead. Spring came to the Grey March Pass like a slow exhale. The snow didn't vanish. This was the mountains, and the snow never fully vanished, but it softened, receding from the roads and the lower passes, revealing dark earth and the first stubborn shoots of green. The watchtower camp grew. More people came, wolfless women, abandoned men, former soldiers who'd left the Royal Guard, healers who'd been denied training, children who'd been born without wolf blood and told they were lesser. Ilara trained them. Not all of them became fighters. Some became healers, builders, scouts, cooks, craftspeople. But those who wanted to fight, she taught. Left-handed, right-handed, with swords, with staves, with nothing but their bodies and their will. She taught them the way she'd learned, by treating every disadvantage as a lever. Brennan became her second in command, which he accepted with the solemn gravity of a man who understood the responsibility and the cheerful enthusiasm of a puppy who'd just been given a bone. He was still a mediocre fighter, but he was a brilliant organizer, and the camp ran smoothly because he had the rare gift of making people want to work together without anyone feeling ordered. Cordelia took over the camp's records and communications. Her years of calligraphy and etiquette turned out to be, against all expectation, useful. She could draft formal correspondence that was so precisely polite it was devastating, and her knowledge of noble houses meant she could navigate political alliances with the ruthless efficiency of a woman who had spent her life studying power from the inside. "I spent 12 years learning to be decorative," she told Ilara one evening, reviewing a stack of supply agreements. "It turns out that if you point all that training at something useful, it's actually quite effective." "You were always effective," Ilara said. "You just weren't allowed to choose what to be effective at." Cordelia looked up from the papers. Her auburn hair was braided back now, a practical braid, not a decorative one, and her face had the healthy color of someone who spent time outside and ate regular meals without worrying about silhouettes. "Brennan asked me to ride with him to the lower pass tomorrow," she said. Her voice was elaborately casual. "Is that so?" "It's a routine supply run, purely practical." "Of course." "He's bringing lunch." "That's very practical of him." Cordelia glared at her. "Stop smiling." "I'm not smiling. Your face is doing something, and I don't like it." Alara went to check on Noctis because the alternative was laughing and Cordelia was holding a very sharp quill. Ronan arrived at the camp on a morning of pale sun and thin cloud. He rode through the gate on the gray horse, and Noctis, who had been standing in the paddock doing absolutely nothing with the focused intensity of a horse who was very busy doing nothing, raised his head, spotted Ronan, and trotted to the fence. Not to bite, not to block, to greet. He stood at the fence and waited, and when Ronan dismounted and approached, Noctis extended his nose and breathed on him, and Ronan stood very still and let him, and neither of them seemed to find this remarkable, which was itself remarkable. Alara watched from the watchtower window. The morning light was gold on the mountains, and the green was spreading, and the man she loved was standing in her paddock being breathed on by her horse, and for the first time in her life, the hollow in her chest was completely, entirely, permanently gone. She went down. Ronan saw her coming across the yard, and his face did the thing it always did. The composure held, the mouth twitched, the eyes went warm and bright and helplessly, hopelessly full. "You're early," she said. "I left at midnight, couldn't sleep." "Your wolf?" "My wolf was very insistent." He paused. "My wolf would also like it noted that it made excellent time and deserves recognition." "Your wolf gets a carrot." "My wolf accepts." She reached him. He reached for her, his hand finding her waist with the ease of practice, pulling her close but not tight, leaving space, always leaving space. And she placed her hands on his chest and felt his heartbeat and the resonance and the silence of his wolf and the warmth of the sun on her back. "I brought more books," he said. "Liar." "I brought one book and an excuse." "You don't need an excuse." "I know, but old habits." He leaned his forehead against hers. "I missed you." "It's been 4 days." "I'm aware. It was a very long 4 days. My horse was extremely judgmental about the entire situation." She laughed. Not the broken gasps of the early days. A real laugh, free and warm and rising from a place inside her that had been frozen for years and was finally, irrevocably, thawed. They rode out together that afternoon. Not a patrol, not a mission, just riding, the two of them and the 2 horses, through the pass where the snow was melting and the first mountain flowers were pushing through the mud. Noctis ran ahead, because Noctis always ran ahead, his black mane streaming and his hooves churning through the remaining drifts with the joyful abandon of an animal who had been cooped up too long and was deeply pleased about the existence of open space. Ronan's gray horse followed at a dignified pace, because dignity was its primary character trait, and it refused to lower itself to the level of galloping through mud like a common horse. Ronan rode beside Alara, not behind, not ahead, beside. "The Kael'rith Council has formally recognized your authority," he said, "as the Moon Wolf Sovereign. It means any wolf in our territory can appeal to you directly for judgment, bypassing the old hierarchy." "Is that going to cause problems for you?" "Probably. I look forward to it." He glanced at her. "It also means that, technically, every werewolf king, including me, owes you submission." "Every werewolf king must lower his head before the moon wolf," Alara said, recalling the ancient text. "Does that bother you?" "Does it bother me that the woman I love has the authority to command my complete obedience?" He considered this. "Bother is not the word I'd use." "What word would you use?" He looked at her with those frost-pale eyes, and the corner of his mouth lifted, and the warmth in his expression was bright enough to melt the remaining snow. "Fortunate," he said. Ahead of them, Noctis reached the top of the ridge and stopped. He stood there, massive, black, magnificent, and looked out over the pass where the camp was growing, where the people were arriving, where the world was changing. Then he deliberately kicked a spray of snow backward, directly onto Ronan's boots. "Your horse," Ronan said, looking down at his snow-covered boots, "just declared war on my footwear." He does that. Is this going to be a recurring feature of our relationship? Probably. I can live with that." He shook the snow off one boot, then the other, and looked at her with the expression of a man who was exactly where he wanted to be in the world. "I can live with everything, as long as this is the view." He wasn't looking at the mountains. Alara smiled. The sun was warm, and the pass was open, and the horse who had carried her through the darkest nights of her life was standing on a ridge kicking snow at the man she loved, and the future was not certain. It was never certain, but it was hers. Not a Luna, not a queen, not a title given by a crown or a council or a man who decided what she was worth. The Moon Wolf Sovereign, before whom every werewolf king must lower his head. And she was laughing. Thank you for listening. Please follow Moonlit Romance Library for more Rejected Mate, Alpha Regret, and Chosen Love werewolf romances. Welcome to Moonlit Romance Library. Please follow for more stories. Seraphine Bramblevine had spent 17 years protecting Prince Lucivar Nightcrown's beautiful face, and it took him less than 17 seconds to pretend none of it had mattered. The Hall of 12 Moons was full when he rejected her. Every alpha family in the kingdom stood beneath the silver arches. Noble women wore heavy velvet gowns embroidered with pack crests. Warriors in formal armor lined the walls. At the far end of the hall, the empty black throne of the Alpha King waited beneath a crown carved from moonstone. His younger brother stood on the lower dais in white and gold, handsome enough to make half the court forgive him before he had even committed the offense. Seraphine had always loved that face. When they were children, Lucivar's fine bones and long gold-brown hair had made him look too delicate for the wrestling yard. Other boys had noticed. They had pushed him into mud, taken his boots, and called him a lamb born in a wolf's den. Seraphine, already stronger than boys twice her age, had put all 3 tormentors into a horse trough and asked Lucivar whether his nose had been damaged. He had stared at her with wet gray eyes and said no. "Good," she had told him. "I like your nose." For years after that, she had stood between him and every fist, insult, and cruel joke. When he grew taller and learned to fight, she trained with him. When his first shift left him feverish, she carried him 3 miles through snow to the healers. When he was afraid to speak before the Southern Pack Council, she sat in the first row and smiled until he remembered every word. She had pursued him openly. She had given him crooked protective charms and praised his hair with an honesty that made him blush. He had accepted her attention, held her hand in private, and once promised that no one would ever make her stand alone in a crowded hall. Now he stood in that very hall and looked through her as if she were an inconvenient pillar. "Lady Seraphine," Lucivar said, loud enough for every noble to hear, "there has been an unfortunate misunderstanding. I have never made a formal mating vow to you." A ripple of whispers crossed the chamber. Seraphine's right hand tightened around the small velvet box she had brought as a gift. Inside it rested the first magic sphere she had ever kept stable for more than a minute. It was no larger than a plum, silver blue and dense enough to crack a stone floor if she lost control. She had practiced for 6 months because she wanted to show Lucivar that her mother's explanation had been true. Her magic was not absent, it was compressed. Lucivar knew that. He had heard her mother explain it when they were children. He had watched Seraphine rise before dawn to train, watched wands split in her grip, watched spells collapse into heavy little balls that rolled through classrooms and shattered furniture. He had told her he believed her. Today, beside him stood Caldrissa Valahart, a highborn witch whose flame magic could fill a ballroom ceiling with golden birds. Caldrissa was lovely in a dark red gown, but her mouth was tense. She did not look at Seraphine. Lucivar continued. "The Southern Territories require a Luna whose magic is already proven. Lady Caldrissa has agreed to stand beside me." Someone near the musicians laughed. "Proven," an older noblewoman repeated. "A practical requirement. One cannot lift a curse by lifting the table." More laughter followed. Seraphine heard the words clearly. She also heard the faint crack inside the velvet box as her magic sphere grew heavier. She had explained herself for years. She had explained that her mother, Mevrian Bramblevane, had never lied about her potential. She had explained that dense magic matured differently. She had explained that strength was not a shameful substitute for witchcraft, but another gift entirely. No one who mocked her had ever wanted an explanation, so she did not give one. "Return the pearl clasp," Lucivar said. His voice lowered, as if gentleness could make the demand less public. "It belonged to my grandmother." Seraphine touched the clasp at her collar. He had fastened it there 2 winters ago after kissing her forehead beneath the old bell tower. He had said it suited the woman who would one day wear his colors. Her chest hurt, not theatrically, not in a way that could be answered with a clever sentence. It hurt with the quiet weight of every morning she had believed they were walking toward the same future. She removed the clasp and crossed the polished floor. Lucivar held out his palm. She set the pearl into it. "You are correct," she said. "You never made a formal mating vow." Relief touched his handsome face too quickly. Seraphine looked at him and remembered a thin boy hiding behind her shoulder. She remembered his hand in hers. She remembered how many times she had defended his courage before he had found it for himself. "But when Lord Petavar put you in a feed barrel at 13, she added, "you promised never to let anyone humiliate me in public." A few people stopped smiling. Lucivar's face tightened. "This is not the time for childhood stories." "No," Seraphine agreed. "Your memory is not as pretty as your face. I should have noticed sooner." The first genuine laugh came from one of the guards. He turned it into a cough when Lucivar glared at him. Seraphine closed the velvet box, slipped it into her pocket, and stepped toward the ceremonial chair on which Lucivar had been sitting before the announcement. It was an absurd object, built from black oak and plated with silver wolves. Her mother had reinforced its legs after Lucivar cracked it during his first uncontrolled shift. Lucivar frowned. "What are you doing?" "Returning another family possession." She grasped the chair beneath both arms. Lucivar had time to look confused before Seraphine lifted the entire chair with him still in it. The Hall of 12 Moons fell silent. She raised him high enough that his boots swung above the floor, turned carefully, and carried him down the center aisle. Lucivar grabbed the carved arms. "Seraphine, put me down." "I intend to." Inside the hall. That detail was not specified. The nearest courtiers scattered. One elderly matron clutched her jeweled cane and laughed so hard she had to lean on a column. Caldrissa covered her mouth. Seraphine could not tell whether she was shocked or trying not to smile. At the open bronze doors, Seraphine set the chair on the outer landing with perfect care. Lucivar remained seated, red-faced and speechless. "Since you do not require my future," she said, "you probably do not require my mother's reinforced furniture either." A low voice behind her said, "Leave the chair, bring the woman back." The command did not need to be loud. Every wolf in the hall felt it. Seraphine turned. The Alpha King had entered through the northern doors without fanfare. Valor Nightcrown wore black silver armor beneath a heavy winter cloak. No skin showed below his throat. His dark hair brushed the collar of his armor, and a thin scar crossed one eyebrow without diminishing the severe balance of his face. He was broader than Lucivar, taller than any man near him, and carried the contained stillness of someone who had never needed to perform strength for a room. Seraphine's grief did something deeply disrespectful. It paused. Her gaze moved from his face to the armored line of his shoulders, then returned to his face because she had standards and intended to examine the better feature twice. Valor stopped 3 paces away. His eyes were a cold, unusual blue. They met hers directly. "Have you finished looking?" he asked. Seraphine considered lying. Her mother had raised her better. "No, Your Majesty, but this appears to be a formal moment, so I can continue later." A shocked sound moved through the court. The king's mouth did not smile, exactly. One corner merely reconsidered its position. He looked past her to Lucivar on the landing. You received her loyalty for 17 years. Lucivar rose from the chair. Brother, I can explain. That privilege was available before you invited 12 packs to watch you disgrace her. The Southern Council requires a proven Luna. Valor's gaze returned to Seraphine. Did you ask her to prove herself today? Lucivar hesitated. Seraphine answered for him. No, he asked for his grandmother's clasp. Efficient, Valor said. Cowardly, but efficient. Lucivar's jaw hardened. You have been away at war. You do not understand the pressure here. I understand pressure. It is the thing that reveals structure. You appear decorative. The guard who had coughed before abruptly studied the ceiling. Valor removed his winter cloak. The heavy black fabric was lined in silver and fastened with the royal wolf crown. He placed it around Seraphine's shoulders. It smelled of cold air, cedar, and the iron halls of the northern fortress. The gesture was protective, but not possessive. He did not touch her throat or pull her against him. He simply made it impossible for anyone in the room to pretend she stood alone. She has explained her magic for years, Valor said to the court. You chose not to believe her. That is a failure of your judgment, not of her truth. Seraphine looked up at him. He was even more unfair from this distance. Without turning, he murmured, Now is still not the time to inspect me. You are standing very close, she murmured back. I am being challenged by circumstances. This time she saw the brief movement at the corner of his mouth. Then he faced the hall. Lucivar has rejected Lady Seraphine Bramblevane. He is free to live with that decision. Caldrissa finally looked at Seraphine. There was relief in her expression, but also shame. Valor's voice deepened. I claim her under the crown's right of open choice, not as property, not as consolation, as the woman I intend to court before every pack that mocked her. The words struck the hall harder than a roar. Lucivar went pale. Seraphine stared at the king. You intend to court me? Yes. Because I carried your brother outside? That improved the morning. It did not create my interest. How long have you been interested? This is still a formal moment. She narrowed her eyes. Convenient. You may interrogate me later. On the outer landing, Lucivar took one step toward them. Seraphine, do not turn this into revenge. She looked at the man she had loved. The pain returned. It did not disappear because his brother was more handsome. Her heart was not a plate one could replace with a better plate. She had dreamed of Lucivar's hand in hers at this ceremony. She had believed he would be proud of her even before her magic awakened. But when she looked at him now, she also saw what he had chosen. Applause from people who had never carried him through snow, approval from nobles who had laughed when he was weak, and the comfort of a woman whose talents required no courage to defend. I am not doing anything for revenge, Seraphine said. For the first time today, I am considering something for myself. Valor extended his hand. He did not command her to take it. She studied his gauntleted fingers, then his face, then his shoulders again, because emotional injury had not made her blind. If I accept your courtship, she said, I am not agreeing to become queen. Correct. I will continue training. I would be disappointed if you stopped. And if someone insults my mother, I may fight them. Warn the floor stewards first. They have requested fewer broken tables. Mevrienne Bramblevane's voice came from the rear of the hall. She only broke 3 last year. Seraphine's mother walked between the nobles in a dark blue high-collared gown, her silver-streaked hair braided down her back. She was not tall, but the court made space for her as if she carried a storm beneath her skin. Mevrienne stopped beside her daughter and examined Lucivar outside with his displaced chair. You did not strike his face? She asked. It was a formal occasion. Excellent restraint. Then Mevrienne looked at Valor. My daughter is not a prize you won by arriving at the correct dramatic moment. I know. She has loved your brother. Vylar's expression did not change, but a colder light entered his eyes. I know that too. She may continue to grieve him even while she finds you attractive. Seraphine closed her eyes. Mother. You were staring. I was wounded. Not in the eyes. A laugh escaped Caldrissa before she could stop it. Mevrienne turned toward the sound. Caldrissa straightened, expecting rebuke. Instead, the older witch said, "At least one person beside my daughter is honest today." Valar kept his hand extended. Seraphine placed hers in it. His gauntlet was cool. His grip was careful, far gentler than a man of his size needed to be. For one heartbeat, his thumb moved over her knuckles, a quiet touch hidden by the folds of his cloak. The court saw a king claim a rejected witch. Seraphine felt something more dangerous. He was not rescuing her from humiliation. She had already carried the humiliation outside on its own chair. He was choosing to stand beside her after seeing exactly what she was capable of. "Very well," she said. "You may court me." Valar inclined his head. "Generous. Do not become smug. I have been king for 11 years. Smugness is included in the crown." She looked at his face again. "That explains why it suits you." Behind them, Lucivar said her name. Seraphine did not turn. Her heart hurt, her eyes burned. She would probably cry later in a private room, then find something heavy to lift until breathing became easy again. But she walked back into the hall with the Alpha King at her side, her mother's hand warm against her back, and every person who had mocked her forced to move out of her path. The king's cloak trailed behind her like a piece of night that had decided to become a banner. The first object Seraphine broke after her rejection was not a chair, a door, or Lucivar's perfect nose. It was the court's certainty that she would leave quietly. The second object was a banquet table. That happened 3 hours later. Valar ordered the court luncheon to proceed, partly because 12 Alpha families had traveled for the ceremony, and partly because, as he informed Seraphine, "If I cancel the meal, they will think your temper frightened me." Did it? No, it interested me. That is not necessarily healthier. Kings are rarely selected for health. Seraphine sat at his right beneath the black throne. Her mother sat on her other side, calmly eating roast roots while every noble in the room pretended not to stare. Lucivar occupied a place 3 tables away. Caldrissa sat beside him but kept a careful distance. Neither spoke much. The small velvet box remained in Seraphine's pocket. Its weight increased with every glance she felt from the room. Mevrienne noticed the pull of the fabric. "Your sphere is responding to distress." "I am not distressed." "The bench is bending beneath your pocket." Seraphine looked down. The carved wood had begun to bow. Valar leaned closer. "Is that the gift you brought for my brother?" It was. "May I see it?" She hesitated. "It is not impressive. Neither is half this court, yet they presented themselves freely." Seraphine drew out the box and placed it on the table. The wood gave a low creak. She opened the lid. The sphere glowed with pale moonlight. It was smooth, almost translucent, with threads of darker silver turning slowly inside. Beautiful, Seraphine thought, if one ignored that it weighed more than a suit of armor and had cracked the base of the box. Valar did not laugh. He removed one gauntlet and held his hand near it without touching. "It is pulling ambient magic toward itself." Mevrienne nodded. "That is what I have tried to explain to the Coven Council. Seraphine does not fail to release magic. She condenses too much of it before release." At the neighboring table, a council witch whispered, "A convenient theory." Seraphine heard. She always heard. She reached for the sphere, intending to return it to the box. It jumped. Valar moved at the same instant. The sphere rolled across the table. Plates, goblets, and a silver gravy vessel slid after it as though the sphere had become a tiny moon with its own gravity. Seraphine lunged. Valor caught her around the waist before she pitched over the table, while his bare hand closed around the sphere. The table split down the middle. Everything on it slid into the laps of 6 dignitaries. For one suspended moment, no one spoke. The Alpha of the Eastern Marshes stared at a roasted onion resting in his ceremonial hood. Mevrienne set down her fork. 4 tables this year. Seraphine was still held against Valor's armored chest. His arm was firm around her middle, supporting her without effort. She could feel the rise of his breath through layers of clothing and metal. He looked down at the sphere in his palm. "Heavy," he observed. Seraphine looked up at his face. "You are also heavy. I did not announce it to the room. You have not lifted me yet. Give me time." His eyes sharpened with amusement. Only then did Seraphine realize the hall had gone silent for a second reason. The king's arm remained around her waist. She cleared her throat. "You can release me. You are standing on a broken table support. I can balance." "I know." He did not release her until a servant moved the splintered wood. The delay was practical. The slight pressure of his hand before he let go was not. Lucivar had risen from his seat. "Seraphine, are you hurt?" The question came too late and too familiarly. She turned toward him. "No." His gaze moved to Valor's bare hand around the sphere. That object could be dangerous. "So could the woman who made it," Valor said. "You were comfortable with both when they served you." Lucivar flinched. Caldrissa stared at her plate. Valor placed the sphere on the stone floor rather than another table. It settled without damage, humming faintly. "The Crown's wardmasters will study this with Lady Seraphine's permission," he said. "Not to determine whether her power exists. That has become obvious. We will determine how it works." The council witch, who had whispered before, lifted her chin. "Your Majesty, a heavy light is not necessarily useful magic." Seraphine's mother inhaled. Seraphine touched her sleeve. "I can manage this one." She faced the woman. "You are correct. Weight alone is not useful." The witch looked pleased. Seraphine continued. "That is why I have never thrown you." The Eastern Alpha choked on his drink. The roasted onion fell from his hood. Valor picked up his goblet from the wreckage and raised it toward Seraphine, a model of restraint. She accepted the compliment with dignity. The luncheon resumed around the broken table. Servants brought a replacement bench reinforced with iron. Seraphine ate little, but the ache in her chest changed. It was still grief. It was also anger, embarrassment, and a strange, unwelcome relief. Lucivar had ended the future she thought she wanted. Valor had not offered a replacement future. He had offered public courtship, investigation of her magic, and a place at his side from which she could choose. That difference frightened her more than a command would have. After the meal, Mevrienne took Seraphine to a quiet chamber overlooking the inner courtyard. The moment the door closed, Seraphine leaned against it and covered her face. Her mother did not tell her not to cry. She simply sat on the window bench and waited. "I believed him," Seraphine said at last. "I know. I thought he was afraid to make the announcement because of the council. I did not think the announcement would be called Drissa. I know. I carried him through a blizzard. You remind him of that every winter. Because it was difficult. He was surprisingly dense for someone so narrow." Mevrienne's mouth softened. "Grief does not become foolish merely because the man who caused it behaved foolishly. You loved him. Mourn honestly." Seraphine lowered her hands. "The king is extremely handsome." "Also true. Is it disloyal to be heartbroken and notice that?" "No. Eyes are not marriage vows." Seraphine sat beside her. "Lucivar was my first love." "Yes." What if I only like Valor because he embarrassed Lucivar? Then you will discover that before making promises, that is the purpose of courtship. A knock sounded. Valor entered only after Mavrien granted permission. He had removed his armor and wore a high-collared black tunic beneath a fitted ceremonial coat. Seraphine's grief paused again, this time with less dignity. The king noticed. "I can return with uglier clothing," he said. "Do you own any?" "No, the crown forbids it." Maevrienne rose. "I suddenly remember an urgent matter elsewhere. Mother, you are both adults. The door will remain open and 3 guards are outside. Try not to damage the architecture." She left. Valor remained near the door. "I did not come to demand gratitude." "Good. I would have lifted you out." "I considered that possibility." He held out the velvet box. The sphere rested inside, now cushioned by a folded square of royal chainmail. "The wardmaster confirmed your mother's observation," he said. "The sphere contains more compressed magic than 3 ordinary battle wards. It is unstable because every teacher has trained you to release power in lines. Your magic forms around a center." Seraphine took the box with both hands. "You believe that after one examination?" "I believed Mavrien before the examination. This provided measurements for people who require numbers before courage." She looked down at the glow. "Lucivar heard the same explanation years ago," she said. Valor's voice was controlled. "My brother often believes whatever permits him to avoid a difficult choice." "You dislike him?" "I love him. Those conditions can coexist." That answer reached her more deeply than praise would have. She closed the box. "Why did you claim me?" "Because leaving you alone in that hall would have been unjust." "That explains protection, not courtship." "No." "Then answer the second part." Valor studied her for several breaths. "When I was 19, I visited the southern court without royal colors. I watched a girl throw 3 noble children into a fountain because they insulted a boy with a pretty face." Seraphine stared. "You saw that?" "I also saw your mother defend your right to protect yourself while requiring you to repair the fountain. It was an expensive fountain. You rebuilt half of it alone. The masons were slow. You were 11. She shifted on the bench. "You remembered me because I broke masonry?" "I remembered you because everyone else in that courtyard changed their behavior according to rank. You did not." "I changed it according to faces. Lucivar was beautiful." "I am aware." The chill in his voice was so slight she almost missed it. Seraphine looked at him with new interest. "Are you jealous of your brother's face?" "No." That was very quick. "Because the answer is simple. You are jealous." Valor stepped closer and lowered his voice. "Lady Seraphine, you have looked at me more in 3 hours than you looked at him during the entire rejection. I am managing my envy." Heat rose into her cheeks. "That is because you are new." A devastating explanation. "Also larger." "Better." She laughed before she could stop herself. The sound startled her. She had expected the whole day to remain broken. Valor did not look triumphant. He looked relieved. That expression made her wary in a different way. "You truly remembered me," she said. "Yes." "For how long?" "Long enough that I knew your name before you lifted my brother." "And you never approached me?" "You were pursuing him. I do not steal choices from women, even when I dislike their choices." Seraphine held his gaze. For the first time since Lucivar's announcement, she felt the shape of her own decision rather than the absence of his. "Then court me," she said, slowly. Valor bowed his head. "As slowly as you require. And do not use the crown to frighten away every man who speaks to me. I would never misuse royal authority." That answer was suspicious. I may give them administrative work. Vylor. It was the first time she used his name. His eyes changed, the cold blue warming for one brief instant. Seraphine, he answered. The open door, the guards, and the whole stone castle remained exactly where they had been. Still, the room felt smaller. He offered his hand again, this time without an audience. She placed hers in it. The wardmaster expects us below, he said. He believes your sphere may be connected to the weakening moon wards along the northern roads. Us? Your magic, your decision, your investigation. I will provide access and protection. And your face? Unfortunately, it accompanies me everywhere. She rose. I will endure it. They walked from the chamber side by side. Seraphine was still heartbroken. She was also curious. Her mother had always told her that two truths could exist in the same body without destroying each other. Strength and gentleness, anger and restraint, grief and appetite for life. Apparently grief and an excellent view of the Alpha King's shoulders could coexist as well. The royal ward chamber lay beneath the oldest tower, where 12 black pillars carried silver lines into the bedrock. Seraphine had visited the upper court many times, usually to deliver messages for her mother or to retrieve Lucifer after a council meeting, but she had never been permitted below the third stair. Now Vylor led her through 7 locked doors. The guards bowed to him and stared at her. She stared back until one young guard nearly walked into a wall. You enjoy making them nervous, Vylor observed. Only when they begin it. He looked at you because you carried a prince outside. Then he should look with professional admiration. I will revise the guard handbook. At the lowest level, Wardmaster Dovrin Quill waited beside a circular stone basin. He was a lean, silver-haired man with ink on every finger and the permanently troubled expression of someone responsible for structures no one appreciated until they failed. Beside him stood his niece Fenella, a young witch in a practical gray gown and square spectacles. Seraphine knew her slightly from the Coven Academy. Fenella specialized in map spells and had once hidden Seraphine in a laundry cart after an argument with 6 older students. I heard about the chair, Fenella whispered as Seraphine approached. It was a throne. Even better. Dovrin cleared his throat. Your Majesty, Lady Bramblevane. Seraphine, she said. Lady Seraphine, then, we have a problem. He touched the basin. A map of the kingdom appeared across its dark water. 12 pale lines spread from the capital toward the Pact territories. 3 northern lines flickered. The moon wards have weakened for 6 months, Dovrin said. At first we blamed winter damage. Then the failures began moving south in a pattern. A pattern toward the capital, Vylor said. Yes. Every damaged ward contains a dense knot of corrupted magic. We have tried cutting the knots apart. They reform. We have tried burning them. They absorb the fire. Fenella placed a black stone on the table. It looked ordinary until Seraphine came close. Then the velvet box in her hands began to hum. The silver blue sphere rose from its cushion. Dovrin took a quick step back. Vylor moved between Seraphine and the others, not to block her from the sphere, but to shield the room if it flew. Do not, she said. He looked over his shoulder. Do not stand in front of me whenever my magic moves. I need to see it. He considered this and stepped to her side instead. Better? Yes. The sphere floated above her palm. It had never done that for more than 3 breaths. 1, 2, 3. It remained. Seraphine forgot the room. She focused on the turning silver threads inside the sphere. Her teachers had always ordered her to push magic outward, shape it into a line, and release. Her mother had suggested something different only recently. Find the center and allow the magic to gather around it. Seraphine imagined a small moon. The sphere steadied. Fenella whispered, "It is beautiful." The black ward stone trembled. A thread of dark magic lifted from its surface and stretched toward the sphere. "Stop," Dovrin said sharply. "That corruption may enter her core." Seraphine did not stop. She felt no invasion. The sphere drew the thread inward, wrapped silver light around it, and compressed it into a dark speck at the center. The stone cleared. The sphere dropped. Valor caught her wrist with one hand and the magic sphere with the other. The impact drove his boots half an inch across the floor. Dovrin stared. That object weighs at least 400 pounds. 360, Seraphine said automatically. Perhaps more after breakfast. Valor set it carefully into the basin's empty stone ring. "You can estimate its weight?" "I have broken enough scales." Fenella rushed forward. "You absorbed the corruption. Do you feel ill, dizzy, angry, compelled to overthrow the kingdom?" Seraphine considered. "Hungry." "She was hungry before," Valor said. Dovrin bent over the purified ward stone. This was not destroyed. The corruption was separated and contained. Mevrienne entered with 2 assistants carrying books. She took in the sphere, the cleaned stone, and Valor's hand still around Seraphine's wrist. "Promising," she said. Valor released Seraphine at once. Her mother looked amused. "I referred to the sphere." "So did I," Valor said. "Of course." Seraphine lifted the sphere back into its box. It was much lighter now. The dark speck remained at the center like a distant star. "The ward knots may be the same kind of compressed magic," she said. "If I can contain one, perhaps I can remove them from the roads." Dovrin shook his head. "The nearest failure is at Frostbarrow Quarry. The knot there is larger than this room." "Then I will make a larger sphere." "You cannot control one plum-sized sphere for an hour." Seraphine met his worried eyes. "That is why I train before we go." Valor folded his arms. "We leave in 7 days." Dovrin looked appalled. "Your Majesty, I was arguing against the journey." "Then you should have argued better." 7 days is not enough. The northern ward may fail in 9. Mevrienne placed her books on the table. "My daughter will be ready to examine the knot. She will not be ready to remove it alone." "She will not be alone," Valor said. Seraphine watched him. "Do kings normally accompany experimental witches into unstable quarries?" "Only the attractive ones." Fenella made a choking noise. Valor's expression remained perfectly composed. Seraphine pointed at him. "That was deliberate. I am told courtship requires effort. Your effort is dangerous. So is yours." For the next 7 days, Seraphine trained beneath the old tower until her arms ached for reasons that had nothing to do with lifting stone. Mevrienne redesigned every exercise. Instead of pushing magic through narrow wand channels, Seraphine learned to gather it around weighted centers. Dovrin created iron rings of different sizes. Fenella drew maps of the sphere's movement and shouted warnings whenever furniture entered the likely path. Valor attended whenever council duties allowed. He never gave magical advice. He held shields, moved damaged equipment, and asked practical questions. When Seraphine failed, he did not soften his face with pity. When she succeeded, he did not behave as if he had granted the success. On the 2nd day, she formed 2 spheres. They immediately chased each other around the chamber and trapped Dovrin behind a pillar. On the 3rd day, she managed 3. One attached itself to Valor's belt and pulled him sideways into a curtain. Seraphine laughed so hard she lost control of the other 2, which rolled after him like loyal cannonballs. The king emerged from the curtain with his dignity mostly intact. "Your magic likes me," he said. "My magic attacks furniture and authority. It has excellent judgment." On the fourth day, the spheres circled her without striking anything. Valor stood inside the ring at her request, close enough to intervene but not in her path. His presence created a different kind of difficulty. Every time she looked up, she saw his dark hair, broad shoulders, and patient attention. One sphere drifted toward him. "Seraphine," her mother warned. "I know." The sphere hovered near Valor's chest. He did not move. "It is responding to focus," Mevrian said. Fenella adjusted her spectacles. "Very intense focus." Seraphine's face heated. "I am concentrating on not hitting him." "Naturally," Fenella said. Valor lifted one hand beneath the sphere. It settled above his palm without touching him. "What do you feel?" he asked. "Annoyed." "About the magic?" She closed her eyes. "It wants an anchor, something stable enough that I do not need to hold every direction at once." "Use me." Her eyes opened. The room became very quiet. Valor held her gaze as the anchor. "You could have begun with that." You would have missed Fenella's expression. Fenella turned away, shoulders shaking. Seraphine imagined the sphere orbiting Valor as a fixed point. It moved around him slowly, then faster, maintaining an exact distance from his body. A second sphere joined it, then a third. For the first time, the magic obeyed without strain. Valor stood in the center of 3 turning moons, watching her as though the rest of the chamber had vanished. Seraphine felt the pull between them through the magic, not ownership, balance. His steadiness allowed her power to move. "You are very useful," she said. "I will have that engraved on the throne." "The one your brother is no longer using?" "Especially that one." On the 5th day, Lucivar came to watch. He stood at the chamber entrance while Seraphine guided 4 spheres through iron rings. Caldrissa was with him. She wore a plain blue training gown rather than court red, and she kept her hands folded tightly. Seraphine's concentration broke. The 4th sphere struck a practice shield. The shield spun across the room and pinned Dovrin's coat to the wall. He sighed. "This is why I own duplicates." Lucivar stepped forward. "Seraphine, may we speak?" Her chest tightened with the old reflex to listen whenever his voice turned gentle. Valor said nothing. He stood beside the shield rack, arms folded, his expression unreadable. Seraphine lowered the spheres into their rings. "You may speak here." Lucivar glanced at the others. "Privately." "No." The answer surprised them both. Lucivar looked wounded. Once, that expression would have made Seraphine rush to soften her words. She did not. "I wanted to apologize," he said. "The ceremony became cruel. I did not intend the court to mock you. You invited them before rejecting me. The Southern Council insisted on witnesses. The Council has insisted on many things. You used to ask whether they were right." His gaze fell to the spheres. "I did not understand your magic was this close to awakening." The words landed with terrible clarity. Seraphine had imagined 100 reasons for his choice: fear, pressure, ambition, confusion. She had not allowed herself to imagine the simplest one. He would have chosen her if her power had appeared sooner. He had not rejected her because he stopped caring. He had rejected the version of her who had not yet become useful enough. "Thank you," she said. Lucivar blinked. "For what?" "For making that clear." "Seraphine, I meant that I was wrong." "You were wrong when I was still failing. You are only uncomfortable now that other people can see it." Caldrissa looked at Lucivar sharply. He took another step. "I never said your years beside me meant nothing. You said there had been a misunderstanding. I was trying to protect your dignity." Seraphine almost laughed. "By denying our entire relationship before 12 packs?" Valor pushed away from the shield rack. Lucivar turned on him. "Do not interfere." She has answered you twice, Valor said. I am not interfering. I am counting. You claimed her to punish me. The room chilled. Valor's voice became very soft. My interest in Seraphine began before you learned to tie your own boots. Do not flatter yourself into becoming the center of her next choice. Lucifer stared. Seraphine stared too. Valor looked at her. Was that too much information? Possibly. Continue later. Gladly. Caldrissa stepped between the brothers. Lucifer, we should leave. He looked at her as though he had forgotten she was there. Something in Caldrissa's face hardened. Seraphine knew that feeling. It was the pain of standing beside a man whose attention had already turned elsewhere. Wait, Seraphine said. Caldrissa paused. Seraphine walked to her. Did you know what he planned to say? Caldrissa swallowed. I knew he would announce me. I did not know he would deny everything between you. Would it have changed your answer? I do not know. Shame crossed her features. My family has debts. The Southern Council promised to restore our lands if I accepted. I told myself you and Lucifer had never made a public vow. I told myself you were strong enough to survive embarrassment. I am, Seraphine said. That does not make the embarrassment harmless. I know. Lucifer said, Caldrissa, this is not necessary. She turned on him. You spoke for both of us in the hall. I will speak for myself now. For the first time, Seraphine saw more than the glamorous witch beside the man who had hurt her. She saw a woman pressed by debt, pride, and a family that valued her magic more than her comfort. It did not erase Caldrissa's choice. It made the choice human. I am sorry, Caldrissa said, not because the king claimed you, because we allowed them to laugh. Seraphine nodded once. That apology belongs to me. I accept hearing it. I have not decided whether I forgive it. Fair. Lucifer looked between them, baffled by a conversation that did not revolve around him. Valor noticed. A difficult morning for princes. Seraphine covered a smile. Lucifer left without another word. Caldrissa followed more slowly, pausing at the door to look back at Seraphine's spheres. They are beautiful, she said. Then she was gone. Seraphine stood very still. Valor approached, but stopped beyond reach. Do you want comfort, solitude, or something heavy to throw? She thought about it. All three, in that order. He opened his arms. The invitation was so unexpected that she nearly laughed. Then the ache in her chest rose again, and she stepped into him. His arms closed around her with careful strength. Her cheek rested against the high collar of his coat. He did not tell her Lucifer was unworthy or that she should be grateful for a better man. He simply held her while she breathed through the humiliation of learning that her first love had measured her by the timing of her power. When she drew back, Valor released her immediately. Solitude next? He asked. Not yet. Heavy object? She pointed to the iron practice pillar. Together they carried it to the outer yard. Valor could have moved it alone. Seraphine knew that. He let her take most of the weight without pretending otherwise. She threw it into a sand pit. The impact sent a brown cloud over 3 startled ministers. Valor watched them run. Effective, he said. I feel better. Excellent. Solitude may be postponed until after lunch. By the 7th day, Seraphine could hold 5 spheres in a stable orbit for 10 minutes. The expedition left for Frostbarrow Quarry at dawn. Valor rode at the front with 20 royal guards. Seraphine traveled beside her mother in a reinforced carriage containing Dovrin's instruments, Fenella's maps, and 6 iron cradles for magic spheres. Lucifer and Caldrissa remained in the capital by royal order, though Lucifer had argued that the Southern Alpha should join any investigation of the wards. Valor had replied, "You have a ceremonial chair to retrieve." The journey north took 2 days. Frostbarrow lay between steep gray hills where workers cut moonstone used in pack boundaries and healing halls. The quarry should have glowed after sunset. Instead, black veins spread through the exposed stone. The local forewoman, Isabet Cromere, met them at the gate. She was a broad, gray-haired woman with a missing front tooth and no patience for titles. "King," she said to Valor. "Witch, other witch, scholar, spectacled scholar." Fenella looked delighted. "I like her." Isabet pointed toward the quarry. "The lower shelf cracked this morning. I pulled the workers out, but 4 ward anchors are still below. If they break, the whole northern line goes dark." A deep vibration rolled beneath their boots. Seraphine spheres stirred inside their iron cradles. "How long?" Valor asked. Isabet shrugged. "Could be an hour. Could be before I finish this sentence." The hillside groaned. A section of the upper path collapsed behind them, blocking the gate. Isabet looked at the new wall of stone. "Before the sentence, then?" No one laughed for long. The quarry floor split. Workers shouted from the far side. They had not all evacuated. 6 men and 2 women were trapped behind a fallen loading frame. Black light pulsed through the cracks beneath them. Valor issued orders with calm speed. Guards moved civilians uphill. Dovrin and Fenella began drawing a temporary ward. Mavrienne raised both hands and spread a silver barrier over the nearest ledge. Seraphine saw the loading frame tilt. "They will be crushed," she said. Valor followed her gaze. "The path is unstable." "So am I. We can discuss our flaws later." She ran. The first gap was 6 feet wide. Seraphine jumped it, landed on sliding stone, and used her ironwood staff to steady herself. Valor came behind her with 2 guards. "I did not ask you to follow," she shouted. "You did not need to." The loading frame dropped another inch. The trapped workers pressed against the rock wall. Seraphine wedged her staff beneath the beam and lifted. The frame weighed several tons. Her arms shook. Valor reached the beam and put his shoulder under it beside her. Together they raised it high enough for one worker to crawl free. "Move," Seraphine ordered. The workers scrambled beneath their arms. A crack opened directly under Valor's boot. Black magic surged upward. Seraphine's velvet box tore open at her belt. The silver-blue sphere shot into the crack and expanded. For one heartbeat, it was the size of an apple. Then a shield. Then a great glowing globe filling the gap beneath them. The corrupted light bent toward it. Seraphine felt the sphere pull at her mind. It wanted everything: the darkness in the stone, the strength in her arms, the fear in the workers, even the moonlight hidden behind the clouds. "Center," Mavrienne called from the ledge. "Find the center, Seraphine. Do not fight the shape." Seraphine trusted her mother. She stopped trying to flatten the magic into a shield. She imagined a moon beneath the earth. The sphere became round and steady. Darkness streamed into it. The loading frame grew lighter as the corrupted ward released its hold on the metal. "Now," Valor said. They lifted together. The last worker escaped. The stone shelf beneath Seraphine broke away. Valor caught her around the waist. She caught the beam with one hand and his armor collar with the other. For a ridiculous moment, the Alpha King hung over the glowing gap, supported partly by a witch who had once been told she could not lift a proper spell. "I have you," he said. "I have you too. This is not how I imagined our second embrace. Your expectations are very demanding." One of the guards seized Valor's arm. Together they climbed onto stable ground. The great sphere rose from the crack, now streaked with black. It floated above the quarry, pulling corruption from every vein of stone. Seraphine stood beneath it with both hands raised. The weight pressed through her body, her knees bent. Valor moved behind her and braced his hands at her waist, becoming the anchor they had practiced. Use me, he said near her ear. She felt his steadiness through the contact. The sphere stopped wavering. Mevrian and Dovran redirected the purified ward energy into the 4 anchors. Fenella shouted distances and angles. Isabet ordered workers to strike supporting wedges in rhythm with the pulses. This was not Seraphine saving everyone alone. It was her power at the center of many people's work. The last black vein left the quarry wall. The sphere contracted slowly until it was the size of a large shield. Seraphine guided it into an iron cradle. The cradle sank 6 inches into the ground. Silence followed. Then every moonstone face in Frostbarrow lit silver. Workers cheered. Seraphine turned inside Valor's arms. He had soot on his cheek and a cut across the edge of one gauntlet. His expression held fierce pride. She forgot the workers for one improper second and looked at his mouth. His gaze lowered to hers. The air changed. Then Isabet struck Valor on the back hard enough to make a lesser man stumble. "Good lifting, King," she said. "The witch did most of it." Seraphine laughed against his armor. Valor closed his eyes briefly. "I am aware." Isabet turned to Seraphine. "You are Mevrien's girl?" "Yes." "Your mother closed the Western Fissure when I was young. Everyone said no witch would match her." Seraphine waited for the comparison. Isabet grinned through the gap in her teeth. "Good thing you did something different." The words settled warmly where old insults had lived. That night, the quarry workers held a feast in the reinforced storage hall. There were no delicate court dishes, only thick stew, black bread, baked apples, and enough benches to survive Seraphine's pockets. She sat between Fenella and Isabet while the workers retold the rescue with increasing exaggeration. By the 4th version, Seraphine had lifted the entire mountain. By the 6th, Valor had dangled helplessly from her belt. "I did not dangle," he said from across the table. Isabet drank her ale. "You were very elegant about it." Fenella leaned toward Seraphine. "The king is glaring at Captain Odran." Seraphine glanced down the table. Captain Odran Fenwick, commander of the Frostbarrow Watch, was a handsome, dark-skinned wolf with a warm smile and one silver braid at his temple. He had spent the last 10 minutes asking Seraphine whether she would consider teaching quarry guards how to fight with weighted staffs. Valor was not glaring. He was watching with the expression he used for unstable ward stones. Odran noticed and raised his cup to the king. Valor raised his in return. "He seems polite," Seraphine whispered. "He reassigned 3 ministers for looking at you," Fenella whispered back. "To where?" "Bridge inventory." Seraphine looked at Valor. "Administrative work." His eyes met hers. He had heard. "The bridges require counting," he said. Odran laughed. "Your Majesty, I already completed this district's inventory." "Do it again." "Because I spoke to Lady Seraphine." "Because accuracy is the foundation of government." Seraphine folded her arms. "Valor." "Seraphine." "Captain Odran may continue speaking to me." The king's face remained calm. "I have not forbidden speech. You are trying to bury him under bridge records. A captain should understand local infrastructure." Odran leaned back, openly amused. "I can admire her and count bridges. Wolves are capable of 2 thoughts." Valor's gaze cooled. "Some barely manage one." Isabet slapped the table. "Excellent. The king is jealous. We have not had entertainment this good since the flour mill exploded." "I am not jealous," Valor said. Every person at the table laughed. Seraphine looked at him, pleased despite herself. That was very quick. "Because the answer is simple." "You used that sentence before." "It remains correct." Odran lifted both hands. "For the safety of the bridges, I withdraw from competition." "There was no competition," Valor said. Naturally. Later, when the feast ended, Seraphine stepped outside for air. Snow had begun to fall. The repaired moon ward spread pale light across the quarry walls. She stood beneath the eaves and let the cold settle her thoughts. Lucifer would have hated this place. He disliked soot, rough benches, and meals without polished silver. She had spent years adjusting herself around those dislikes, not because he demanded it directly, but because she wanted his comfort. Vyler came to stand beside her. Odrin is safely counting bridges, he said. You are impossible. He volunteered. After you threatened him with civic responsibility. A terrible fate. She smiled, then looked back at the glowing quarry. I did it. You did. Mother was right. She usually is. Do not tell her that. I value my life. Seraphine's smile faded. Part of me wishes Lucifer had seen it. Valor was silent for a moment. That does not offend me. It should. You are supposedly jealous. I am jealous of his history with you. I am not jealous of your honesty. She turned toward him. Snow caught in his dark hair. Without the court around him, he looked less like a symbol and more like a man who had spent the day beneath a collapsing mountain because she ran first. Why did you come across the gap? She asked. Because you did. That is not a sensible royal policy. Neither is allowing the woman I intend to court to hold several tons alone. You could have ordered guards. They were behind me. You could have stayed safe. His expression sharpened. Do not ask me to watch you risk yourself from a safe distance. I will respect your strength. I will not use it as an excuse for cowardice. The words moved through her like warm light. Lucifer had accepted her protection because he needed it. Later, when he no longer needed it, he had become embarrassed by the woman who had given it. Valor did not need her to stand in front of him. He chose to stand beside her. Seraphine reached up and brushed snow from his eyebrow scar. His entire body went still. The touch was small. The tension it created was not. You are staring again, he said. I nearly lost you into a magical pit. I am confirming the face survived. Your concern is touching. The face is valuable. And the man? She let her fingers rest against his cheek for one heartbeat longer. Under consideration. Valor's bare hand closed gently around her wrist. He turned his face into her palm, not enough to become intimate before she chose it, but enough that she felt the warmth of his breath. Take all the time you need, he said. She believed him. That made it difficult to step away. So she did not step far. They stood beneath the eaves while snow covered the quarry road, close enough that their shoulders touched, neither pretending the contact was accidental. News of Frostbarrow reached the capital before the expedition did. By the time Seraphine rode through the western gate, children were rolling painted wooden balls along the street and shouting that they were defeating curses. Merchants had already begun selling silver blue sweets called witch moons. One baker displayed a loaf shaped like a ceremonial chair with 2 little sugar boots sticking from it. Seraphine stopped the carriage. I need that bread. Valor, riding beside her, looked toward the bakery. For symbolic closure? For lunch, closure requires butter. The baker refused payment and nearly fainted when Seraphine lifted the entire display counter so his apprentice could retrieve a dropped coin. Valor bought every chair-shaped loaf and ordered them delivered to the palace dining hall. That is excessive, Seraphine said. I am a king. Moderation would confuse the public. The public was not confused. They cheered as Seraphine passed. The court was less enthusiastic. 3 days after their return, the Council of 12 demanded a formal hearing on Valor's declaration of courtship. The crown's right of open choice was ancient and legal, but several alpha families argued that a king could not announce a potential queen without testing her fitness. Seraphine read the petition twice. "They want me to complete the Luna trials," she said. Fenella sat cross-legged on the library floor among stacks of law books. "Not the ordinary trials, these are the old ones." "How old?" "Old enough that one section involves carrying a stone wolf through an obstacle course while elders throw wet grain." Seraphine looked interested. "How heavy is the wolf?" "That is not the concerning part." Mevrienne turned a page. "The trials were abandoned because they became public entertainment rather than a measure of judgment." "The petitioners know she can lift things," Vaylor said from the window. "They will choose tasks designed to make strength appear crude and magic appear insufficient." Seraphine leaned over the table. "Can you refuse?" "Yes." "Would that make them believe I need the crown to hide my weakness?" "Yes." "Then accept." Vaylor's jaw tightened. "I will not permit them to humiliate you again." "You cannot prevent every cruel person from speaking." "I can remove their speaking privileges." "That is called tyranny." "The definition is disputed." She walked to him. "At the ceremony, you gave me a choice. Give me this one too." His gaze searched her face. "You do not owe them proof." "No, but I would enjoy watching them regret asking." Mevrienne closed the book. "That is my daughter." The Luna trials were scheduled for the Winter Solstice Festival, when representatives from every pack would already be in the capital. Seraphine had 12 days to prepare. The petition named 3 tests: strength under restraint, magical protection, and judgment before the packs. The first was held in the Royal Training Arena. A stone wolf weighing nearly 2,000 pounds stood at one end of a course filled with narrow bridges, swinging barriers, and trenches of wet grain. The candidate had to carry the statue to the opposite platform without damaging the course or dropping the wolf. The stands were full. Lucivar sat with the southern delegation. Caldrissa sat 2 places away from him, her posture formal. Vaylor occupied the central royal box with Mevrienne and the council. Fenella stood near the course, holding a clipboard and looking far too cheerful. Seraphine wore a high-collared dark blue training gown over fitted wool trousers and tall boots. The gown was split only at the lower sides for movement, with heavy panels covering her legs. Leather guards protected her forearms. Her ironwood staff remained outside the course. Councillor Varric Ashmorn, who had submitted the petition, addressed the crowd. He was an elderly alpha with a narrow face and a voice polished by decades of pretending insults were procedure. "The first test measures power governed by care," he said. "A Luna must bear great burdens without harming those around her." Seraphine looked at the hanging sacks of grain. "And the food?" "A traditional distraction." "It seems wasteful." "The grain is old." "Then it belongs in compost, not in my hair." A few spectators laughed. Varric did not. "Begin." Seraphine approached the statue. Its carved body was wider than her shoulders. Iron rings had been set beneath its chest. She crouched, put both hands through the rings, and lifted. The crowd gasped as the stone wolf rose against her body. Seraphine adjusted the weight and stepped onto the first bridge. A sack burst overhead. Wet grain struck her hair and shoulders. She kept walking. The second sack missed her and hit Councillor Varric's assistant. Fenella checked the rope mechanism. Strange, the wind appears judgmental. The crowd laughed again. At the first swinging barrier, Seraphine could not pass while carrying the statue across her front. She shifted it onto one shoulder. The stone muzzle rose above her head like an enormous, disapproving hat. Vaylor leaned forward in the royal box. Seraphine caught his eye. "Do not worry." "I am admiring the hat," he called. She smiled and moved through the barrier. At the grain trench, the true trap appeared. The mud beneath the wet kernels was deeper than the course plans showed. Seraphine stepped in and sank to her knees. The crowd murmured. She tried to pull free without dropping the statue. The mud held. Varric's mouth tightened with satisfaction. Seraphine looked toward Fenella. Her friend was staring at the measurement stake beside the trench. "The depth is wrong," Fenella said. "Continue the test," Varric ordered. Valor rose. Seraphine shook her head once. He stopped, though every line of his body resisted it. She lowered the stone wolf carefully until it rested across the trench, its legs on either bank. Then she crawled beneath its belly, using the statue as a bridge while dragging herself from the mud. The old rules said she must not drop the wolf. They did not say the wolf could not carry her. She reached the far bank, stood, and pulled the statue after her. The arena erupted. At the final wall, 3 council-selected champions waited to block her. The test allowed them to push, pull, or obstruct the candidate without weapons. All 3 were adult male wolves in padded armor. Seraphine stared at Varric. "You chose only 3?" One champion growled. That was not an insult, she told him. It was concern for the schedule. They attacked together. Seraphine shifted the statue forward like a battering ram. The champions scattered. One climbed onto the stone wolf's back and wrapped both arms around its neck, apparently hoping his weight would slow her. She kept walking. The second seized her sleeve. She turned in a controlled circle, forcing him to run around her until he lost his footing and landed in the grain trench. The third planted himself on the final platform. "You will not pass," he said. Seraphine set the statue down before him. "Then you should move." He braced both hands against the wolf. She pushed. His boots slid across the platform. He strained, face reddening, while Seraphine advanced one slow step at a time. At the edge, she stopped. She could have pushed him off. Instead, she lifted the statue over his head and placed it on the marked pedestal behind him. The champion looked up between the stone legs. "You may move now," she said. He moved quickly. The arena roared with laughter and applause. Valor descended before the judges announced the result. He met Seraphine at the edge of the course and removed a wet piece of grain from her hair. "You wore the wolf well," he said. "It was heavy." "I was referring to the expression. I learned it from your counsel." Varric approached, displeasure hidden beneath ceremony. The candidate completed the strength trial. "And discovered an altered trench," Valor said. "The old plans may have been inaccurate." Fenella held up her clipboard. "The original depth is marked here. Someone removed the stone base last night." Varric looked at her. "Are you accusing the council?" "I am accusing someone with a shovel. The council's relationship to shovels remains under investigation." Valor's face became dangerously still. "Find who changed it." Seraphine touched his arm. "After the trials. Before someone attempts something worse." "Both," she said. "You investigate. I continue." He looked at her mud-covered gown and the grain tangled in her hair. "You should rest." "I carried one statue." "And 3 champions. Only one stayed on long enough to count." His hand settled briefly at the back of her neck, warm and hidden beneath her hair. "Very well, but if the next test is altered, I end it." "Agreed." The second trial took place at dusk in Mooncourt Square. 100 volunteers stood inside a ring of 12 ward stones. Seraphine had to protect them from controlled magical attacks cast by council witches. The attacks would be non-lethal: wind, cold, darkness, and illusion. Traditional candidates created a broad dome. Seraphine had never created a dome. She carried 6 iron cradles into the square. The crowd whispered. Lucifer watched from the front row. His expression had changed since Frostbarrow. Pride and regret sat uneasily together, as if he had not yet decided which one he deserved. Caldrissa approached Seraphine before the test. "Varric selected the attacking witches," she said quietly. "2 of them trained under my aunt. They favor narrow strikes aimed at the caster's concentration. Why tell me? Because this is a test, not an execution. Seraphine studied her. Thank you. Caldrissa nodded and returned to her seat. Valor stood outside the ring with Mevrian. He wore full black armor. He had argued that the controlled attacks should be tested on council members first. The council declined. Seraphine placed one hand over the first cradle. Begin, Varric ordered. Cold wind struck the ring. Seraphine raised 3 silver-blue spheres. They spun outward and formed a triangle. The wind bent around them, but gaps remained. Volunteers cried out as ice swept across the square. She added a 4th sphere. The pattern wavered. A spear of darkness came directly toward her face. Seraphine ducked. The spear struck the central wardstone and split into shadow birds. They filled the ring, screaming. The volunteers panicked. Seraphine's spheres began to fall. Center, Mevrian called. Seraphine knew the lesson. Find a fixed point. Build the orbit. She looked for Valor. He stood beyond the ring, unable to enter without invalidating the test. Their eyes met. He placed one hand over the royal crest on his chest. Use me. Seraphine fixed her attention on him. The sphere steadied. But the volunteers were not around Valor. They were around her. She understood. The anchor did not need to be a person. It needed to be a decision. Protect them. She became the center. 6 spheres rose around her. They did not form a dome. They moved. One intercepted the cold and turned white with frost. One absorbed darkness, deepening to purple. 2 spun around the volunteers, knocking illusion birds apart without touching anyone. The last 2 hovered above the wardstones and drew loose magic into themselves. The attacks intensified. Seraphine widened the orbit. The spheres moved faster, creating a living wall that adjusted to each strike. Where a dome would have cracked, the orbit shifted. Where darkness gathered, a purple sphere swallowed it. Where wind entered, a silver sphere compressed it into harmless spirals that lifted hats and nothing else. One elderly volunteer's hat landed on Varric. The square laughed. Varric threw it aside. Increase the attack. Caldrissa rose. The agreed limit has been reached. Sit down. No. Lucivar looked at her in surprise. Caldrissa stepped into the open. The test measures protection. She has protected them. Continuing would measure how much harm the council is willing to risk to avoid admitting it. Varric's expression hardened. Your family lands depend on council review. The threat was clear. Caldrissa went pale but did not sit. Seraphine saw it while holding the orbit. For one dangerous instant, anger pulled every sphere toward Varric. She controlled them. Strength was not wrong, careless harm was. Her mother's lesson had never applied only to fists. End the trial, Seraphine said. Varric ignored her. Continue. Valor entered the ring. The attacking witches stopped at once. The trial is ended, he said. Varric stood. Then she fails. Every sphere in the square turned toward him. Seraphine had not commanded them to attack. They simply hovered in a perfect line, heavy enough to crush stone and controlled enough to leave the old man untouched. She walked between them. No, she said, I completed the task. The volunteers are safe. Caldrissa prevented you from changing the task into cruelty. Varric glanced at the spheres. Is that a threat? It is a demonstration of restraint. You seem to require visual lessons. The volunteers began applauding. The applause spread into the crowd. One by one, the council witches lowered their hands. Dovrin announced the result before Varric could speak. Protection trial completed. No injuries. All attacks contained. Fenella added, One hat displaced. It has been recovered. Valor looked at Caldrissa. Your family's debts will be reviewed by the crown, not used by the council as a leash. Caldrissa's chin trembled. She bowed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thanks, Seraphine. She insisted your apology be judged separately from your usefulness. I am attempting to learn from her. Seraphine blinked. He had listened to a conversation he had not been part of and drawn the right lesson without claiming credit. Her heart, which had spent years serving a prettier but smaller dream, moved toward him with alarming ease. The third trial was judgment. At midnight, Seraphine stood before the 12-pack representatives in the Great Hall. No obstacle course waited. No spell attacked her. Instead, Varric presented a dispute. Two northern villages shared a moonstone bridge. One village had repaired it after storms. The other had refused to pay, claiming poverty. The council proposed closing the bridge to the poorer village until the debt was paid. Seraphine listened to both village leaders. The first spoke of labor and fairness. The second admitted his village could not pay because the failing wards had ruined their winter crops. Varric asked, "What is your judgment?" Seraphine looked at the map. Who owns the quarry that supplies repair stone? The crown, Dovrin said. Who collected road taxes while the wards were failing? Varric's mouth tightened. The regional council. Then the regional council will return the taxes collected for protection it did not provide. The poorer village will contribute labor rather than coin. The wealthier village will be reimbursed for half its materials from the restored taxes. The bridge stays open. The first leader frowned. Why should we accept labor from people who refused before? Seraphine faced him. Because they did not refuse. They lacked coin after a magical failure the council concealed. You deserve repayment. They deserve access to the healer across the river. Fairness is not achieved by making the weaker village suffer until your anger feels balanced. The second leader bowed his head. Varric said, "You would burden the council for a natural ward failure?" We do not yet know it was natural. We do know the council collected payment while protection weakened. Power receives responsibility with its privileges. Valor watched her from the black throne. Lucivar watched from below it. One looked proud. The other looked as if he had discovered the future he discarded had become visible only after it no longer belonged to him. The pack representatives voted. 10 supported Seraphine's judgment. 1 abstained. Varric voted against. The Luna trials were complete. The hall erupted. Mavrian reached Seraphine first and pulled her into a fierce embrace. You did not throw Varric. I considered it. Excellent judgment. Fenella joined them. His expression was better than throwing him. Caldrissa approached more carefully. You defended my family after I stood beside Lucivar. I defended you from blackmail, Seraphine said. Do not make me regret the distinction. Caldrissa's eyes filled. I will not. Lucivar waited until the women moved aside. You were magnificent, he said. The words once would have meant everything. Now they arrived after the proof. Thank you, Seraphine said. He looked at the royal cloak around her shoulders. Valor had not placed it there tonight. She had chosen to wear it. I would have supported you, Lucivar said, if I had understood. My mother explained. I explained. You did understand. You did not believe. There is a difference. Not to the person standing alone. He lowered his voice. Do you love him? Seraphine looked toward Valor. The king was speaking with village leaders. He had removed the crown and held it beneath one arm so an elderly woman could address him without craning her neck. He listened without interruption. His face was still excellent. His character had become inconveniently better. I am learning him, she said. Lucivar flinched. You knew me all your life. I knew the boy I protected. I did not know the man who would deny me. I made one mistake. No, you made one decision in public after many decisions in private. The public one only allowed me to see them. Voller looked up. He did not approach. He gave Seraphine room to finish. Lucifer followed her gaze. He has always taken what he wants. He asked, "A king's request is still pressure. Then why did I feel more choice beside his throne than beside your promise?" Lucifer had no answer. Seraphine touched his sleeve, a final gesture of tenderness for the boy he had been. "I do not regret protecting you, but protection was not a debt you could repay by marrying me, and my love was not permission to hide me when I became inconvenient." She walked away. Valor waited near the Moonstone Arch. "Do you require comfort, solitude, or a heavy object?" he asked. "A dance." He glanced toward the musicians. That was not among the options. Kings should adapt. The solstice music had begun, slow drums beneath strings. Couples moved onto the floor. Seraphine extended her hand. Valor stared at it as though she had offered him a kingdom he did not trust himself to touch. "You are certain?" "No. Courtship would be dull if I were certain of everything." He took her hand. Valor danced with the same controlled strength he brought to battle. He guided without dragging, adjusted when she chose a different step, and never acted surprised by the weight of her hand or the firmness of her balance. Seraphine had danced with Lucifer many times. She had always made herself lighter, quieter, less likely to lead. With Valor, she tested the movement. She turned them sharply. He followed. She reversed direction. He smiled. "Trying to overthrow me?" he asked. "Assessing stability." "Your findings?" "Promising." The dance carried them beneath the central moon window. Silver light crossed his face. Seraphine's attention wandered. "Again?" he murmured. "The lighting is unfair." "To whom?" "My judgment." His hand at her back drew her 1 inch closer. Every layer of clothing remained proper, every movement public, yet the small change sent warmth through her. "Your judgment survived 3 trials," he said. "It may survive my face." "Your confidence is unattractive." "A tragedy. Fortunately, the rest compensates." He laughed softly. At the edge of the floor, Odrin Fenwick lifted a cup in greeting. Valor turned Seraphine so his own broad back blocked the captain from view. She looked up at him. "Was that choreography?" "A traditional royal step." "It resembles jealousy." "You are mistaken." Very quick again. "The music requires decisive answers." Seraphine laughed, and this time the sound did not surprise her. When the dance ended, Valor did not release her hand. "The trials are complete," he said. "The council can no longer challenge my right to court you." "They challenged my fitness, not your right." "I know. I disliked both." "What happens now?" "Now you decide whether the courtship continues." She searched his face. "You would stop if I asked?" "Immediately." "Even after all this?" "Especially after all this. Public support is not a chain." The hall, the music, and the watching court seemed to recede. Seraphine had once mistaken years of history for certainty. Valor offered certainty only in one matter: she could leave. That freedom made her want to stay. "The courtship continues," she said. His thumb moved over her knuckles. "Good. You sound relieved." "Kings are permitted 1 emotion per festival." "Which did you choose?" "You." The answer stole every clever reply. Valor lifted her hand and pressed a restrained kiss to her knuckles. It was not one of the kisses that changed her life. It was the one that made her realize such kisses were approaching. After the festival, Seraphine expected the court to become easier. Instead, it became stranger. Nobles who had ignored her now brought gifts. Witches who had laughed at her training asked whether she would demonstrate sphere magic for their daughters. 3 unmarried alphas sent formal invitations to dinner despite Valor's public courtship. Valor responded by assigning each man a different royal infrastructure report. "You promised not to frighten them away," Seraphine said when she found the documents on his desk. "I did not frighten them. One has been ordered to inspect sewer gates in February. The city requires functioning sewer gates. You are jealous. I am governing. With suspicious focus." He leaned back in his chair. The royal study was warm with firelight. Maps covered one wall. Reports covered every surface except the chair Seraphine occupied. "Would you prefer I accept their invitations on your behalf?" he asked. "No. Then my approach has produced the desired outcome. I could refuse them myself. You may, after they complete the reports." She threw a cushion at him. He caught it one-handed. "Violence against the crown," he said. "Administrative correction. I will need a committee." She crossed the room to retrieve the cushion. Valor stood at the same time. They reached it together. His hand closed over hers. Neither moved. Seraphine was suddenly aware of the quiet room, the fire, and the way his coat stretched across his shoulders when he bent. Valor noticed her attention. "You have seen my shoulders before. They remain consistent. I appreciate reliability. A rare quality in men with pretty faces?" The reference to Lucivar was light, but she heard the question beneath it. "Lucivar's face was never the problem," she said. "I liked it honestly. I liked protecting him. I liked being needed." Valor's fingers tightened slightly around hers. "And now?" "Now I am learning that being needed can hide whether one is valued." He straightened, bringing her with him. They stood close, hands still joined around the cushion. "I do not need you to protect my face," he said. "It would be wasteful to let anything happen to it. I need your judgment in the ward investigation. I value your strength. I want your company. None of those conditions obligates you to love me." Seraphine's breath caught. "You say dangerous things very calmly. I have practice. What do you want from me now?" His gaze moved to her mouth and returned to her eyes. "Permission." The word contained no pressure. Seraphine understood what he was asking. Her first instinct was to think of Lucivar. The memory came, but it did not command her. She remembered a forehead kiss beneath a bell tower, a pearl clasp, and years of hope. She honored the memory by refusing to pretend it had never existed. Then she looked at the man before her. "You may kiss me," she said. Valor released the cushion and touched her face with one hand. He moved slowly enough that she could change her mind at any point. She did not. Their first kiss was gentle, closed, and brief.